Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is February the 25th, 2024 on the ancient moon calendar, 2024 on the ancient sun calendar, and 2024 on the Greco-Roman civil or civic calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment with the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the sovereign living justices and Eggleston Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo in red ink. In propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the divine, original, indigenous, ancient, sovereign, natural, Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet, and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Hamathites, Cushites, and Hittites, and Israelites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign ancient empire state for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earth-wide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today, we are exercising the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign ancient Article 3, living United States District for Columbia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, grantors, and title trustors for all causes for action. We are peace, we are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby accept our sovereign divine ascension and we recognize ourselves. We do hereby possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. That's very true. We, the true living God nation, are not at war. And we hereby exercise and demonstrate all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc-pro-tunc. The principles and laws that we share along with our sovereign, powerful demonstrations and study are stare decisis, they are res judicata, they are ancient, positive, supreme law for the land long established in sovereign order. Erudite principles and processes for daily practical application to intelligently govern our vast estate every day is what our ancestors have given us to share with the sovereign ancient nations, tribes, clans, states, and governments at earth. And for this, we're grateful. Islam. So we're going to go ahead and share our screen so that we can engage judicially and otherwise. Islam. Islam. To all of those, again, who are requesting meetings, we will meet after Congress. We're excited and glad to meet with you, Islam. With that being stated, today is day 3 of our full moon fast. And for that, we are grateful. The purpose of fasting, and fasting means something different for each of us. The purpose of fasting is explained and stated in the very word fast. The word fast means to move quickly. And so when we gain complete control over our bodies and our urges and appetites, we move a lot more quickly in terms of our vast state and things that have to do with the spirit realm. Again, fasting, you can fast from whatever you choose. Some people just live a life of fasting. A life of fasting, just all it looks like is they have agreed and assented to not take part in certain things from the previous era. Things from the previous era that we do not take part in, that is up to each and every one of us. You know, some in the last era took part in things and they decided that, they're not going to do that anymore. They've decided they don't want to take part in that anymore. Whatever it is. Certain foods, certain energies. You can fast from energy, and you can fast from energy permanently. And so when we fast, and this is something that we know for truth, every time we agree to take complete control over a particular energy and to demonstrate that control, because we already have control over everything and everyone that has to do with things in the lower frequencies. And when I say everyone, anyone who is agreeing to operate in lower frequencies by way of basic science, we overstand them. So and that's not something that we have to force. It just happens by way of the frequency that we choose to command. So when we fast, if for example, if you agree to fast just from solid foods for a particular time, you're going to get some understanding or overstanding that you did not have before. It's going to come, whether it be about the food or about some other issue or item or article that you've been asking the energies and the ancestral energies for. So there is a certain clarity that comes from saying no. There is a clarity that comes from saying no to certain things. There's a clarity that comes from it. That word no is spelled in every way you can spell it, and it's still going to mean the same thing. Still going to mean the same thing. K-N-O-W, K-N-O-W-E, N-O-N-O-E, N-O-H. They all mean the same. They all mean the same. And so, and the reason we repeat ourselves, sometimes we repeat the things we say, is because we know we're casting and breaking spells even as we speak. So for those who have some type of an aversion to people repeating themselves, we do that because it's a spell. So we're just making that clear. With that being stated, every month we agree to, yes, it does, Empress, your highest, Noble, your highest states in the chat, it takes strength to say no. It does. And when you have everything at your disposal and for your use, you must say no to some of it. You must say no to certain quantities of it. When you have all of your favorite food that you ever wanted to eat, you can't possibly just spend all day and all night eating it. You must say no. You have to say no to it at some point. We don't deny ourselves of anything, but all things in moderation. All things in moderation. What are we doing right now? Here are some things that we are noticing even as we continue to demonstrate. What we're noticing is that, number one, all that we state and all that we put on the public record is not new. We're just reminding everyone of what already is. Fiat has never been money. We're just reminding everyone, everywhere, that we have the real money. It's right here. We all have it. We're just reminding them because they knew, everyone has known who we are. And now we're just reminding each other of what already is. We've always been the heirs to all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. Always. We have always been the rulers at earth. Always. We have always been in complete control of all banking, of everything that has to do with us. We've always been in control of everything that has to do with us. This is not new. When people see your faces, they know this is not new. When they see your heirs, they know this is not new. When they see your documents, they know this is not new. They're like, okay, the Moors remember Islam. Just look at the words. The word more. That's abundance already. That's abundance from the beginning. It's all in the words. In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word is God. Your words are God. Your words are God. Our words are God. So with that being stated, just one moment. Islam. We'll just leave it open for another minute or two, Islam, so that all the Moors who are willing to come in will come. We're seeing the proof in everything that we do. Not only that, but we are the proof. Our very faces, our very voices, our very words are the proof that we're just reminding everyone. We're here. We haven't gone anywhere. We're right here on our own land. Always have been. We can remind them to stop acting. Some of them have actually gone on the public record stating that they're just actors. The one that was previously doing business as Joel Osteen went on the record as stating that he's just an actor. That's not new. Islam. Uh, and more of them will be going on the record stating that they are just actors. They're just actors. And then those that will to participate and to be on the land, they're just going to state who they really are. They're going to be stating, you're going to hear it. They're not the government. The fiat is not real. They're all saying that already. And when I say they, I mean our subjects. They're already stating what we've already stated on the public record. Every document that we send is being obeyed immediately. Now, let's just take just a moment to look up the word ancient in Black's Law Dictionary. Let's look that word up really quickly because we will to show that, again, everyone knows that our words that we speak just a moment. Let's get there really quickly. Just a moment. Let's get to the word ancient. You know, there are no accidents. There are no coincidences. Islam. So let's just take a look really quickly at the word ancient. Let's look at this is actually the word ancient writings, documents bearing on their face every evidence of age and authenticity of age of 30 years and coming from a natural and reasonable official custody. That is what we put out all the time. And again, we're just reminding everyone. We're just reminding everyone. Just one moment. Again, we're not putting those things in the chat. Someone else is pretending to be us, but we booted them. So everyone knows who the ancient people are. Everyone knows that. Documents have a face. We are the face for our documents. Every evidence, not just one piece of evidence, not just two, not just three, every evidence. Every evidence means who wrote it, where did it come from, and what's the face of the document. Is the source that the document came from natural? Is the source natural or is the source not natural? And here's the thing. These are presumed to be genuine without express proof when coming from the proper custody. In other words, you don't have to prove who you are. Just send the word. Who you are is already, it's on your face. It's in your blood. Send the word. Send the documents. Send them. And right now, because of the work that we've done in the past and all of the documents that we've sent, have made it so that the documents that we send now are being obeyed from the very beginning. Islam. So with that being stated, we've shown you repeatedly, the proof that our documents are being obeyed. We continue to prove what we're stating to you, to the Moors. We're not trying to prove it to anyone else. We've already proven it. It's a wrap. It's done. The court has spoken. The people have spoken. So again, if you don't believe me, because you don't, it's not about beliefs. It's not about beliefs and feelings. This is about truth and what we know. Just read the dictionary. Just look at the dictionary. With that being stated, there, let's put that there. And so there is a video that we will to show, just a snippet of a video that we will to show to the heirs. We'll go ahead and we're going to show that in just a moment, just a snippet. We'll put the link to it as well in the chat. But let's do a little word magic first. Nom de guerre. Nom de guerre is French for name of war. Name of war. But the word guerre indicates movement. When you look the word up in the dictionary, it just means movement. Your movement, the way you move, determines whether you're at war or at peace. And that's why that term was used. Nom de guerre. We do not use nom de guerres for our movement. We use nom de peace because we are not at war, we're at peace. Now, we use them. They are not us. We use them. If I have a pen in my hand, I'm not the pen. I'm using the pen. We use noms de peace. Some people call them ennglishe, which is a creation by the state, something that the state creates. Ennglishe. Where word magic is concerned, let us open the Congress and
you still lack a conveyance and cell service, proving your shit don't.
Just a moment. Islam Empress.
Is DOA, is you want to know what the acronym? It means
yes.
Dead on Arrival.
Okay, that is correct. Anyone else, when you see this, what else do you think of?
Dead on arrival.
Islam, indeed.
Pauline's Land Rover was dead on arrival too. Where's that Land Rover, bitch?
Anyone else? Well, let's look at that. But, and all we're doing right now is just proving why we do not use acronyms. Empress Shasha, And Empress Tia L said, dead on arrival.
Or dead or alive.
Or dead or alive. Yes, that's good. That's good. This is why we do not use acronyms. Some were running around with a DOA in their hand saying it's a delegation of authority.
Where's
See
Aisha?
what I'm
Has she
saying?
been evicted yet?
Delegation of authority. And a delegation, we just broke that word down a little bit. Delegate. And that's why we don't give delegations of authority. That means to remove your legs from you so that you can't move.
Islam, because I'm looking at that D as in, and if you I'm looking at it from with patwa in my ears. Delegate, minyam deleg. It's like the leg was eaten.
Yes.
I know for a fact the bank rejected your deposit.
Indeed.
I know for a fact it.
Indeed.
Yes.
Delegate.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought about too.
Yes, indeed, they rejected it.
The
Yes.
eating of the leg.
Exactly. Exactly.
So when our Grand Sheik talks about cannibalism and about being fodder for the system, quote unquote. And when I say quote unquote, I mean the system, that word, because it's not anyone's system but ours.
And it's interesting, again, speaking of eating and action, but the words that you utter will determine
yes,
whether you get eaten or not.
Yes.
And it's your utterance.
Yes.
It's not coming from anywhere else but the I.
Yes. 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 That's why we don't use acronyms. Now, I'll say this about that. And this particular statement about not using acronyms is specifically for the new Moors. Okay. And the reason I direct it to the new Moors is because as you grow in who you really are, it won't matter what you say. It's still the law, and it means what you intend for it to mean. I would not have a problem putting DOA on the top of a document because it's still going to mean what I say it means, because we're the law, we're the government, we're the only government, we're the only word. But for the sake of the subjects in the office of that I'm sending it to, or the system rather, because it's not really even to the subjects, it's to the system. In order for the system to not have to look through and try and figure out, we are clear about what we state. So we spell everything out. Spell everything out. Because, see, the system at one point was only hearing from the dead. Only hearing from the dead. Okay? So this is just another bit of word magic that we willed to share. And now, that same word magic is why we restate everything. We restate, meaning just write it yourself. Put it on Moorish government letterhead, then put it on some company letterhead where you've nationalized the logo. Why do we restate everything? For that very reason, so that the system that we're speaking to understands every word we say, every word we state. That's why. There is a video by our Grand Sheik Taj Tariq Bey from, this video is very old. It's a very old video. I didn't even look to see how old it was, but let us take just a moment to listen to what he stated in this video, because what he stated in the video is absolutely in alignment with what we have always, what we've been stating about restating the documentation. So let's take a look at this video just a moment, and hopefully you can hear it. Just one moment. Here, let's go right here. And let me just turn the volume up so you can hear it. This video is entitled Taj Tariq Bey Roundtable, What is Law and What is Not Law? And it is...
Don't have a conveyance. Let's hear from the cult leader.
It's from the Nunaji L channel, and we send our highest honors to Justice Nunaji and to Fez Province. We love them very much. They are yet another group of Moors who stood, even while we were asleep, they were still standing and putting the truth on the record. And for that, we are grateful, Islam. So let's take a look at this and just hear about three or so minutes of this video. This is Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey, and this video was placed on the record. Let's see. It was placed on the record. Let's take a look at the date.
Declaring their title.
Oops. It was placed on the record 7 years ago. And that was just when it was placed on the record. We don't know exactly when it was actually demonstrated by our Grand Sheikh. It might have been demonstrated maybe even years earlier than that and just placed on the record at that time. We don't know for sure, but we're grateful that it's on the record. So let's listen briefly again about why we restate everything.
But declaring their title by their
I'm just in it for the poontang.
to understand fundamentally what is the designated authority in any particular office, whether DOA or is the delegation of authority order, time of their installation in that office in good behavior, what the delegated authority is, what the conditions are, when it terminates, and how it terminates. And that's all the time in government. Do you understand? Particularly in a Republican form of government, which is why we established this republic. Do you understand? Now, the Inquisitionist's job was, and what their mission was, and it came even before we made this agreement, to undermine the republic. This is the reason why the plenipotentiaries with the Moors warned the people once we finally decided to make peace and stop the silly wars that we're going over and over again, that you now have a republic if you're willing to keep it. And now you have a whole bunch of grown people in grown bodies with the mentality of little boys and girls that keep calling this a democracy, and as soon as they say that, they lose their political birthright. As soon as you agree to that, without a challenge, you've given up your political birthright and you've agreed to a fraudulent jurisdiction. Now, so what that makes you is booty and fries to organized criminals who will tell you to your face that this is a democracy and you haven't challenged it. No different if they call you Negro, Black, and Colored and you didn't challenge it. It's assumed. It's assumed and you don't object, it stands. Do you understand? This is another reason why anything relative to the rights of people is made in a public declaration. So you must make a public declaration of your independence from the fraud, as well as your declaration of your allegiance to the principle. Do you understand? And so even like when like children say, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. All right, that's cliche to most people. However, it means more than what they think it means. Do you understand? Now, that's those who pledge allegiance to the peace between the Moors and the European nations in here and establish this government of amity and peace and to do commerce in this Moorish empire. Do you understand? What they did is overthrew it. Sixth and Chestnut, and they took the nationality and birthrights away from the Moors, and different Moors were in government. They told them step down or die. You understand? And they instituted in 1779 the Negro, the black crack, retroactively into the history documents. They started burning documents. They started hiding documents, transferring books into different areas of the countries and into secret societies. And they started making up new records. And in the new records, they started listing the Moors as blacks, Negroes according to the territories. And they take the children and send the children to the Northeast Territory, they send them to the Southeast Territory. They take them from the Southeast Territory, send them to the Northwest Territory, and vice versa across the Nile River, which you call the Mississippi. And they've been playing the game, they even do it in the military. Then Horace Greeley, who you saw, the Go West young man, was competing with Abe Lincoln, etc. He was like a tycoon with newspapers in New York.
Okay, so did you hear what he stated about them and what happened with the records? Just one moment, let me. Let me open the meeting so that we can. Just a moment. Let's open up the meeting. So that we can speak. So did you hear what he stated about what happened with the documents? The documents were...
Oh, he did it all for the poontang.
The documents...
They burned them.
Hidden, burned, moved, and then more importantly, yes, Empress, and then more importantly, they made documents that looked similar, and he didn't say look similar, but we know they look similar because you couldn't fool anybody if it didn't look the same. But they listed the Moors as Negro, Black, Colored, African American, etc. Okay. And again, this video that our Grand Sheik did here was before we even woke up.
Aisha's house was sold at a sheriff's sale.
So even with things like evictions and things, those records that they're using are not real records. That's why we restate everything and state that this is an ancient document that says that it's ours. We restate, we write the record. Every record that they have written, quote unquote, we must restate those records, create them anew. Because when we do it, the record supersedes in time. First in time, first in line. Even when it comes to things like light bills and things like that, recreate it as a credit to you. Or recreate it as a bill.
It ain't working.
Or recreate it as a bill and then pay it with your money because that's what customs and usage on the land. We write the records, not anyone else. Would you allow a monkey to write your records and then come and charge you for your records, for the records that the monkey wrote? No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You must write your estate. And so what our Grand Sheik said there, he told what happened to the records. And here, let's put that link in the chat so that you can see that particular video. for yourself. Islam, Empress.
The word magic on right is WRIGHT and RIGHT. You must write as in correct, as in land. Right means land as well. So you must write all three of those correctly.
Yes. And thank you for that, Empress. And the issue that the Moors have had in the past is that we were not writing everything. We can't just write part of it. We got to write all of it. All of it. All of it. Every one that they send, we must rewrite it. Everything that comes in the mail, quote unquote, rewrite it, recreate it, especially concerning specific things like domiciles and conveyances and things of that nature. Restate everything. And if it's done by, let's say, a mortgage company, what's the logo for the mortgage company? Okay, put some red in that logo. Bring it out from being black. Put some red in the logo. Put that logo on the top of your company document. And then restate whatever was being said. Restate and remedy and rectify and put the solution on the record for whatever it is. And don't stop there. Keep going. So all of those who are even willing to, who say, like, can we meet with you after this meeting? That's the answer to whatever it is we're going to meet about. I'll still meet with you, but that's the answer to everything that you have.
The system
and another thing about the system. Because, see, you're still speaking, and that's why we nationalize the logos and things. Because the system is going to look at that and say, yep, that's it. Yep, that's it. The same way it did with the $27,000 check that our bank accepted. That the system accepted, that we showed you. The system accepted it because it looks like it's supposed to. It checked all the boxes. And now we're going to do other demonstrations just like that. What have we done since then? Because, see, we didn't just stop there. We've done other things regarding our account because we know it's ours. We know it's ours. Islam.
Regarding the check, I remember when you did the deposit and it did go through that part, Islam. And the image that you had, the seal, it wasn't as clear. Might you share the original image before you put it on the check, please, so I can get a screenshot?
The image that I put on the check.
The seal.
Okay. Let me say this about the seal because I really want this to be clear. Empress, however you do, I'm going to show you the seal. But however you do that seal, however you restate that seal, don't. I didn't put that link in the chat. Someone is pretending to be me. Let me boot them again. They like coming in here and pretending. That's insanity on their part. So I am going to show that seal, but let me make it clear to you that you don't necessarily need the one I did. You can make yours look similar to it. Any change that you make to the seal is going to be the right change. Choose a seal, just like Empress Chris says in the chat, choose a seal that fits you, however you choose to do that. Okay. So I'll pull the seal up. Just one moment. Let me go to that seal really quickly. And again, most of the things that we do, we first write them in ancient English, and then we let's see. We've restated so many seals and things because we just gonna keep putting the law out there. So what you're looking at now is
seen it. It popped up. It's
see. Just a moment. Let me go through these really quickly. There it is, right there. This is the United States. This is the seal that's on our. Here's the post office seal. Is this the one that you're speaking
No,
of?
the one on the check. It had like the leaves on them, the wreath, and it was blue.
Okay, just one moment. Let me pull that up.
This one right here.
Right here.
The blue and red. Yeah, that's what you had on your check, correct?
Yeah, this is that's for the union, the Universal Postal Union.
Okay.
Seal.
Oh.
And we restated the seal.
Okay, so whenever we issue a check, so let's say we was doing it for the Secretary for State office, we would use the Secretary for State office seal on the check?
Yes. Yes.
Ah, gotcha.
Yes. But what you do is you just one moment, let me go back to that. Where did that go? There it is. Now let me make it a little bigger. This one again is for the our universal. You know, they don't even call it the Universal Postal Union. That's something that people say over here, but that's not the name of that body.
It's not appearing on the screen. It's not showing.
Just one moment. That's not even the name of that body.
There we go. Oh, it went.
Just a moment. Is it showing now, Empress?
It is.
Okay, let me just make it a little bit bigger.
Okay.
When you go to the building that is the what people have been calling the Universal Postal Union, it's written in French first and foremost, because that's the language that our ancestors spoke. Is French. It's one of the many languages that our ancestors spoke here on this land. That's what the Louisiana Purchase and all that is all about. A great many of our ancestors spoke French, and French is another version of ancient English. That's how come we can understand and overstand. They call it the Union de Postales, and then in the European Union, quote unquote, they call it the Union Postal Commission or something of that nature. It's a commission. It's not a governing body. It's a commission. It's not a nation. It's a commission. So with that being stated, regarding the Universal Postal Union and the checks that we have sent to our system, and our system responded the way it was supposed to respond. But think not, Morris, that when you get a demonstration like that, when you are successful with that demonstration, that the ancestors are not going to take you up higher. So what the ancestors had us to do after that was to create an application affidavit for a legacy account. And this application, see, a legacy account is something that only we can even issue. So the legacy account that we showed you is correct, except it had to be restated. So what did we do? We created a legacy account application for banking. And we will to show you that application. This application can be done for any bank account. Let's take a look at that application. So this one I did for USAA, because see, we're supposed to manage and not manage, but govern that entire process from start to finish. So what did I do? I changed the logo for United Services Automobile Association, which they called USAA. They called it USAA FSB, Federal Savings Bank is what it's supposed to be. So where banking is concerned, Morris, again, like we just showed you, our Grand Sheik told us years ago that all the records were, they just rewrote and start putting Moors as black and Negro and colored and African American. And us looking at those documents, we didn't remember we were Moors in our sleep. So we had to, now that we're awake, we're restating everything. We must. So for all Moors, when you do those checking demonstrations, just go ahead and send. Because we must state, go ahead and send this document with it, with whatever logo, whatever banking logo, restate the logo, call it national, and put it up there. Just one moment. Let me put it on the screen, because it's showing on my screen, but it's not showing on yours, so that doesn't help anyone. Here you go. It should be on the screen now. Is it on the screen, Empress? It's on. So what we did was we said, this is what the ancestors were calling us to do with that demonstration. They were stating that we all must restate, how do people get an account at the bank? Because, see, we've been going to the wrong ones. They don't have the authority to give us an account. They don't have the authority to do that. We must do it. So here's what we did. We went online, and Morris, this is the process, this is the formula for restating everything so that you can use it properly. We went online and we Googled bank account application. It was a very general, very vague, very vague. Yes, we'll do that, Justice Sharif. We'll put it under the video. This application we will put under there, under the video, a link to it under the video, so that you can change it up for whatever bank it is that you use. Because, and I can't say bank that you use because you're the bank, whatever banking system that you use. This is what the ancestors willed for us to do, is we are to state if we will to know who the Moors are and who the subjects are, we must make that clear in every process, because it wasn't clear in the previous processes, and that's how people got. They were captured and capitalized through the process. So what is necessary to open your bank account? And again, this is the application affidavit for opening a bank account. Notification: do not use abbreviations nor acronyms on this application affidavit. And again, we say application affidavit for a reason. All words must be spelled completely. Use blue ink only for this application affidavit. And again, we spell application this way for our documents, but we could have easily just spelled it this way, and I think we will change it and spell it this way for the Moors who are asleep, who will to do banking. It must be done. And again, the only reason we're changing is because we have our affidavits attached and aligned with it in ancient English. It says account owner. And Moors, we can talk about this. We can talk about these and decide how we will to do it. Account owner must be 12 years or older to open this account online as secondary account, with a parent as primary account owner. Primary account owner must appear in person at the bank branch. Teens 17 and older must open at a branch. Okay, so there, in reality, in our customary nations, 12 years old is actually considered adult. 12 years old, because by the time our heirs are 12 years old in our nations, they already know all the financial stuff about how not to be capitalized, how not to be taken captive, and all of that. They already know all of that. They already know what the word like kind means. They already know about fiduciary things. They already know all of that because we teach them. That's what erudition is. Erudition starts out economically. Empress, there's a question in the chat that says, can we change parent to age of majority fiduciary? We could say parent or lawful guardian or legal guardian. Okay, parent or, and the reason we specify is because we don't want, it's not that we don't want, is that according to the law, there has to be, that's why we put an end on the end of parent, because it changes the definition of it. But the reason that we state parent or legal guardian, it's legal according to us and not legal according to anything dead. And legal according to us is that the documentation proves who's who. Okay? We know that some heirs have custody of nieces, nephews, et cetera, who are heirs to the vast estate. Let us make that clear, because there is a difference between those who are heirs to the vast estate and of the bloodline and birthright and those who are not. There's a difference. And if you take custody of someone who is not of the bloodline and birthright, then there is a different way for them to do things. That's just the law. It's just the way that it is. That's the law. And failure to do things according to the law, we see what happens. We see in the funny mirror what happens when things are not done according to the law. Bloodline and birthright is the law. So even if you call them your son and daughter, we love them. There is a law, an ancient law that applies to everything that we do, and we want to honor the law. So with that being stated, and we would spell guardian that way. And when you see applications like this and it has ancient English on it, Islam, just one moment. When you see documents that have ancient English on it, just know that it comes from a particular source. It's coming from a source. But again, you still must restate it even if it has ancient English on it. You must restate it for you. Unless you know for sure where it came from. So when we put the link to this document under the video, you know the source of the document. So just restate it for your banks, whatever banking system you're using. Here's some other things regarding application. Anyone 17 and older can open as a primary owner of the account. Teen 7 years old must open an account at a branch, and we stated that right up there, so we don't have to put that twice. 2,
in a minute.
Islam nobility. Okay. 2 identification articles are needed to open at a branch. And let's put necessary instead of needed. 2 identification articles are necessary to open at a branch. Each primary account owner and co-owner will present 2 identification articles, and this is just a list of what those 2 will be. 1 primary identification article is a nationality identification card. So your national IDs. And Moors, you can make national IDs at home on your computer. Original versions of birth certificates that are stamped with an elevated seal, so not a copy, but an original. And again, you're going to have those in your hand in person, and you don't leave them with the bank, you take them with you, but you bring them with you also to show. United States Federal Driver's License, which is the driver's license that we create, or state-issued driver's license. So for those at the different states, you create your driver's license the same way we did for Washington. We create Washington driver's license, but we can create driver's license for any state. You all can create driver's license for Washington, just like we can create driver's license for New York or Florida or Alabama or Tennessee or Minnesota or Texas or whatever.
You have a mental illness. You are all mental.
Go ahead.
Yes. Question on the birth certificate that's stamped with an elevated seal. Now, that is our original allodial birth.
Question, Phoenix, where is that conveyance?
Go ahead, Nobility.
That's our original birth record that we have created, and we have our own. Because I created that, I don't have.
Fuck off, Phoenix, you stupid.
Just one moment. Oof, you pissed them off, Phoenix.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Thank you. I did not use an elevated seal on that because I don't have an embosser at the moment, blah, blah, blah. But I have the original, all right?
As long as it has a wet ink signature on it.
It does. So I'm, I want to state that in case someone else is in a similar situation where they don't have an embosser or an elevated seal to, have it raised up per se. Just for clarity, it's still good because it's an original that I created.
Yeah.
And I'm the original holder of it.
Yes, Islam. Thank you for that, Noble Phoenix. That's a great clarification there. United States federal driver's license or state issued driver's license, and when we say state, it has to be one of the states that we created.
Pauline's back from cell phone service and Land Rovers. Pauline.
Universal United States passport, and we have not created a universal United States passport yet. At some point we will. There are Moors out there that are doing passports. We will not be pointing to any of them just yet because they're still working through what they're doing. At some point we will. And if there's anyone at Congress who has the covers and things of that nature and you know you can create passports, connect with us by way of this Congress so that we can connect and state what goes, how we prefer as a Congress and as a nation for them to look and what should be on them. And again, there were capitalism issues with the passports that we've seen previously. We could call it a travel document. We could call it a passport. But the reason we stated it this way, Universal United States Passport, is because that name is different from the last era. We spell differently, and passport actually can have an E on the end. That way you know that it is ours. There were capitalism issues with all of the passports that we've seen previously that were done by Moors. There were capitalism issues, and when we say capitalism issues, they were accepting fiat for those items, and that's that kind of puts a little bit of corruption on it because those are contracts, and if you accept fiat for them, then those who create the fiat can come in and say something about you doing that and how you do it. And we know in our knower that is what has happened. That's why some who were creating them are being tested in terms of just their standing and their status. One thing that cannot be done is someone attempting to raise a nation within a jurisdiction that's not the right jurisdiction for them. We had to come all the way out of that jurisdiction, out of the capitalism and away from the fiat piece. And again, Moors, you know, we're all continuing to elevate in that area. So give yourself grace and time to do that. Don't be hard on yourself about that, but keep moving. Islam. Just one moment. Justice Kansu.
Can you open the call, please?
Yes.
A few people want to come in.
Islam. It's open, Justice Kansu. Justice J.
Islam, Empress.
Islam.
What about the passport driver's license that were issued?
She's not going to show her bank account because it got rejected.
Just one moment. Go ahead.
We have changed those to match the driver's license passport. What about those?
Ask the question again, Nobility.
The driver's license passport. They issue a driver's license passport, and we've changed ours to match that.
A driver's license passport? We could do that. That's actually a good idea. That's really a good idea. It can serve as a passport as well.
Yes, Islam.
That's beautiful, Nobility. Thank you for that. So, did you all understand what he stated? Justice J, does that mean that the driver's license states that it's also a passport, or the passport states that it's also a driver's license? Which one does that?
We did the driver's license also states that it's a passport.
Islam. Got it. That's beautiful. Because in reality, all of our stuff is that way anyway. Everything, see, in the last era, everything was broken apart, departed. We're just putting everything back together sovereignly. So our driver's license can also serve as a passport. Our nationality ID is also that as well. They go together. However, for the legal system, because there's a lawful system, and then underneath our lawful system is our legal system. The legal system is where a lot of things happen. And the legal system in reality, Morris, is the only place that the enactment of us being dead and citizens and going to jail and all of that stuff, that's the only place that was enacted. We've always been the law. They knew that. Everyone knew that. That never changed. It was the legal system. So with that being stated, just one moment. Let me get that out of here. Islam, Empress.
So I had created a travel card before.
Mm-hmm.
So I was saying that the travel card would be, we would really replace that with, for instance, the driver's license passport.
It's not a replacement. See, the travel card, because I have a travel card also, the travel card is for lawful travel.
Okay.
It's above the legal system.
Okay.
And then for those who, and again, we all do commerce at some point. If you're doing commerce, that's what the driver's license is for. That's why we create them.
Correct. Okay.
So I have both.
Oh, if you were traveling, for instance, gosh, I mean, there's commerce more or less anywhere, but,
yeah.
And I mean, because I was going to say, if you're traveling to just go visit family or disappear on an island for a while, you're still
a travel card. Yeah.
Yes.
You're saying you're still using.
Well, you're still in, it's still commercial unless you're flying your own plane, but if your mind will determine when one is moving around. I won't dispense with my travel card. I should keep the travel card.
Keep. We encourage you to have both a travel card and a driver's license. And again, we create all of that. We don't get that from foreigners. We don't go down the street and pay fiat. We don't do that.
Correct.
Now, let me say this about that too. And this is for those who operate in the spirit realm just regularly, and they do more in the spirit realm than they do in the natural. Very few of us. There's something in the Biblios called being so heavenly minded that you're no earthly good.
Yes.
We by doing the things that we're doing, we're being of earthly good. We're producing here at earth.
Yeah.
That's necessary. We don't want to be so heavenly minded that we're no earthly good, because as above, so below. And those who it is not even right thinking to think that we need these things. It's not right thinking to think that we need a driver's license. We don't need a driver's license. We don't need a travel card. We don't need any of that.
Right.
In the spirit realm. And if we were just going to go out into the woods and live out there and just be out there in the spirit all the time, we don't need that. But for what we're seeing and for what we're doing, because all dimensions are dominions for us.
Correct.
You see? There are some Moors who have decided that they're not going to engage in commerce at all. They have moved on to plots of land and not realizing that they actually paid fiat for that plot of land, so they're still going to have to do the right things and get on one side or the other, or do all of it. Because see, we're doing all of it. Yes, we look in the spirit realm and we see what people are saying in their spirit about what they feel is needed here, and then we manifest it in the natural. That's what all of this is about. Okay? So, no, we don't need these things to exist, but it depends on which dimension you're existing in. You want to be lawful and legal in all realms.
In all, yes, absolutely.
Because we dominate, we have dominion at all realms. And whatever that realm is that we peek into and say, yeah, I think I want to be a part of this too. I think I want to participate in that. Or not be a part of or participate, even though we are part and parcel for our government. We are the whole as well. So whatever dimension we stand at, we must govern it.
And in order to govern it, you must have the tools, you must have the garments of that dimension. And so yes, that is what we are doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
We create the way for others to come and be a part of it.
Exactly.
And that's what this is about. That's what this application affidavit is about. The ancestors made it so clear. They said this is the next step. This is what you must do. They made it very clear. Islam nobility.
Islam. This is Malaka Choctaw L. Greetings, sister.
Great rising nobility. It is an honor to connect with you.
Yes, I have a concern. Yes. I believe I sent off for a federal driver license with a gold coin that I saw on infomercial for a low price of $9.99. I sent that to the Transportation Commissions, I think, and it was rejected.
Yes, I remember that. That came from me because it had the coin had a hole in it. That was number one. When we received it, it had a hole in it. It was a beautiful coin, a beautiful gold coin, but it was not a real one.
Oh my God! I got had.
And that's why it was $9.99.
Yeah, but you know what? It's my fault because I was naive. But I mean, when I received the gold coin, it was a buffalo coin. It was a buffalo, and when I received it, yes, and when I received it, I mean, it was heavy. You know, I could tell when it's real gold when it's not that heavy. I mean, this sucker was heavy.
Yeah.
And I was like, what's going on. I mean, I kind of have a funny feeling I was being had, but you know.
And what called our attention to it first was that I believe it had a hole in it. I think it had a hole.
You got the Pauline scam spec?
Okay. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, and then I looked at it, and you know, the ancestors. So it was a great replica. It was a beautiful replica, and we knew, and that's why we sent the letter that we sent. It's stating that, you know, you may not have even known that it wasn't real. So we didn't think we were being scammed or anything like that. We just sent it back and said, we're here for you when you're ready to get a driver's license. And you can use a silver coin. You can also get a 1/10 gold coin, which we've received several of those 1/10 gold coins. The 1/10 gold coin is somewhere in the 200 credit range or less, somewhere around there.
Okay, so it's you said 110.
It's a 1/10 of an ounce. 1/10 of an ounce.
Okay.
So it's not a whole ounce gold. It's 1/10 of an ounce.
1/10 of an ounce. Okay.
Yeah.
1/10.
Okay. Show the culture bank account now. Show it now.
Go ahead, Nobility.
I'm sorry. Okay, hold on a second. It's gold coin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And okay, so or either that or get a silver coin now. The silver coin. I'm sorry.
A 1 ounce silver coin.
I'm gonna write this down. 1 ounce.
Silver coin. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Hold on a second. Okay. Okay. It's another question. It's another thing I was concerned about too as well.
Mm-hmm.
I was mailing off to you that particular to get a federal driver's license, and the postal lady, she's telling no zip code on there. I knew what you were doing, what you were talking about, because we was in our proper status. But she looked at it. She looked at it as, it needs a zip code. And so I didn't argue with it. I just say, well, what is the zip code to? It's in. I wrote down. But what happens if you come across that? What do you say to her or these people?
Well, we don't talk to them because they only know the citizen spiel. They only know how to talk to citizens. They don't know how to talk to sovereigns. And I'm going to mute your mic because there's a bit of an echo coming from it. Just for a second. You can *6 to unmute it, okay?
Okay.
But I want to make sure that they hear what we're stating. When it comes to to any mailings, we have no reason to talk to them. All mail places should have a deposit box to put it in. We don't ever use zip codes. Every now and then we do, but that's just because we choose to. But we don't have to. I mean, we've shown many of our mailings. Most of our mailings don't have zip codes on them, and when we deposit them in the box, they go right where they're supposed to go. Go ahead, Nobility.
Okay, because a lot of people, like the lower level workers, they don't know. They're not aware.
You speak to them. You're just depositing mail into the mailbox.
Yes, and that's all I was doing. I was following your instruction, and the lady, she don't know, the whole system.
So there's no need to talk to her at all. Do you have a deposit box in the post office? There's a place where people can deposit the mail. Do you have that? Do you know where that is?
No, ma'am, I don't have it.
Okay. All post offices, for the most part, have a place where you can deposit. It's a deposit box, and it's usually outside of where the retail stuff is happening.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And we showed that box in our video where we first showed people how to do the postal process. We showed that box, the deposit box, and where it was. So there's an 8-minute video. 8-minute video that we did. It's only 8 minutes. That shows the postal process. Let me go and pull that up really quickly.
I see it.
You see it?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a deposit box that goes with that. There's a deposit box, and that deposit box is where you put the mail. So there's no reason to even have to talk to anyone there. There's no need to, because our stuff is our mail is even autonomous. Our mail is sovereign.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what that process is about. We're the postmaster.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Empress Rosalind says they call it a drop box as well.
Dropbox, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's mom. It's actually a bank deposit box. That's really what it is. And most of them say deposit box.
Okay. Copacetic.
Great to hear your voice, Nobility.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, my full name is Malaka Ape. Ape means fearless. Choctaw L.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for introducing yourself, for connecting with us, and for letting us know that you've got our correspondence as well, because a lot of times we don't go back and check. We just send it because we know it's going to get there.
Okay.
And if you look at what I sent you, you'll see that there's probably no zip code on there at all. If you look at what we sent you.
I saw that.
Yeah. Our government mailings are sovereign. So yeah.
Okay, but I will send I will get the silver coin or the gold coin that you requested, and I'll send it again to get that federal driver license.
Islam, thank you, Nobility.
You're welcome.
Islam.
Open the call again, please.
Islam, Justice.
Can you open the call again, please?
Yes, it's open. It's open. Islam. So, with regard to Justice Malaka, is it okay that if I mute your microphone?
Yes.
Okay. Or you can do it. Islam. Thank you. Because there's an echo coming from that particular microphone. Thank you so much for being here, Islam. It's always good for us. It's good for our spirits to hear the voices of those that we've connected with, either by mail or by phone, or or letters. We get a lot of letters and things of that nature, and it's always, we love hearing that you're participating in Congress. And then to talk about the demonstrations that we've done with you, where we're proving what we say and proving what we state. Yes, for all of our mailings, we use our mailing process, our government mailing process. So the more who've received things from us, you are a testament to what we're stating. Islam. Islam, Justice. Yeah. So with that being stated, we're going to do things a little bit in ancient English right now, just for a little bit, just for the sake of our Congress. There is a formula in the nobility. There's actually way more than that. If I showed you the count, Justice Yahias says there's 70 strong Moors.
Show your bank account.
There's 70 strong Moors tonight. There are way more than that. And when we get the count, There's always
What
hundreds.
about all the people that don't come on here anymore? Where's Mela?
There are hundreds of people, if not thousands, listening right now.
There's 50
we
that
have,
never come on here anymore because they dumped
it. Because the reports that we get from the platform is a system. Those reports tell us that these numbers are way higher. Islam. With that being stated, just a moment. Okay.
Where's Janaya Doniel or Valerie Barker Bay or May?
Islam. So we're going to do things in ancient English right now for just a moment. And this is, again, this is demonstration for those who may feel like...
So you're not going to show your bank account?
For those who know what ancient English is, and for those who don't, you will realize that you can read and write and spell in ancient English. Ancient English is our national language. It's our universal language, actually. And you can spell the words however you're led to spell them. That's different from what you were taught in the POW schools, in the education camps. Just spell one or two words differently and you're good. So the formula that forms Allah or all law, the 40 plus documents in ancient English, restate all company corporation documents, all of them, lien, levy, and bond with financial instruments, a treasury check sent with your instruments with magnetic ink, and do all your business with gold, silver, and Moorish sovereign dollarium gold receipts.
You have strong delusions.
We're just reminding people of what always was. We're just reminding them of what always has been. There never was a time when we were not. So this is the formula. There are other documents to include the quashing of all dead letter homonym documents, and we've demonstrated other documents in our congresses that we do. And listen, Moors, we encourage you, and the ancestors are really making this clear to us first. We highly suggest that you, no matter what you're feeling, no matter what you're being told, is to go back and listen to the things that you have stated in these congresses. Yes, we love when people hear what we state. We love that. That's great. But go back and listen to the things you stated on here, on these congresses. And I can tell you right now, your spirit and your heart will be uplifted so high just by hearing what you have stated. If you're ever feeling doubtful, if you're ever feeling anything less than the God that you are, go back and listen to these congresses, please. Because the truth will hit you so hard in your truth center that it will automatically place you on the land where you've always been, but you will be that even in your mind. Go back and listen to all of these congresses as often as possible. Listen to the congresses where you spoke in these congresses. And if you've been listening to these congresses and you've been attending Congress and you've never heard your own voice in Congress, we can't say shame on you because we don't have the authority to put shame on other Moors, other gods. But we will say that it is necessary that the whole earth hear from you. And if you don't have your own platform where you're putting the word out there, because the word is energy, the whole atmosphere has changed because of the energy and the frequency of our words. Then even if you just introduce yourself on the record, for the record, like Justice Tonis does, he will just state that he's present. That's for his own upliftment. And so just go back and listen to the word, your own word.
Islam, Angelica Yvette Dalgday, justice, I affirm.
Islam, indeed, Empress.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Also, I was looking at a video the other day, and you also had a part of the formula was to clear your energy. And you even said, take a minute and clear your energy before starting.
Let's put that first. Let's put that first underlined as part of the title and all of that, Empress. Thank you. Because that's most important out of all that we do. And you know what? Hearing your own voice on these recordings will help you do that. It will help you clear your energy. Islam.
Islam?
Islam nobility.
Your highest base speaking, coming out of Carolina territory, still in perpetuity with my people. I just want to say hello, everyone.
Islam nobility. Great and grand rising to you.
Thank you.
Islam. Islam, there were two speaking. Islam, go ahead, Empress.
Aisha Elbay. I have a question. I've been listening to some different people, different mowers during training about the Moroccan government.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that this is Morocco. This is Morocco. So will we ever get to the point where we pass laws in the Congress to put the original name back where it belongs?
We did that already, Empress, back years ago, about 3 or 4 years ago, where Congress is concerned. We did. That was one of the first things we did.
Okay.
The majority of what we do, again, that stands and is the law for everything that we do. And that's why, again, that's why our affidavits accompany everything, because at the top of all of our affidavits, just one moment, at the top of all of our affidavits, it states that this is Morocco. That's why we say that everything that you put out, make sure you send an affidavit, the fiduciary affidavit or whatever the case may be, whatever you send affidavits with it as well. Islam.
Okay, now, like if I was addressing a letter to someone, I could put my return address as Morocco.
You could. You could.
I was just wondering, what we could do to make it more visible to the people so they would begin to wake up and realize what has gone on over the years.
So if you go back to some of our other videos, you will see where when we first started doing the mailing process, that even our postal system recognizes this as ancient Morocco, because we put it in red in all lowercase letters in ancient English up in the upper left corner, and we still received our green cards back. So we put it there.
Okay.
We're not minimizing Morocco by any means. What we're doing is maximizing it by stating that we're the government, This is ancient Morocco. It's at the top of every affidavit that we put out there is at the top of it. What we're doing, what we've been seeing, Empress, and what we've been doing is ensuring that the commerce piece, because see, that's where Moors have been getting taken, is the commerce piece. So we're clearing up the mess down there in that particular part of Morocco, because see, that's where everything in the 1950s, the court actions that were being enacted were between France and the United States. They were trying to clear up the mess, but they couldn't do it as long as we were contracting with a dead United States. So what we're doing is making it so that all commerce on the land is what it should be, so that Moors will know then that this is ancient Morocco. This is not, and see, we could call it ancient Morocco, but if we're calling it ancient Morocco in the wrong jurisdiction, they're not going to recognize it anyway.
Okay.
You know.
And one other question that I had. I know I kind of fell behind in some things I should have done where taxes is concerned. But even on those papers, you don't put, the government doesn't put names on there. They just have an ID number. That's what I noticed on mine. I didn't see a name or anything. It was just an ID number on it.
You didn't see a name. Is that coming from, the demonstrations we did, or what you're receiving?
From what our government did.
Okay, you'll have to clarify that question, because I'm not sure what you're referring to, where there was only...
I received like a tax bill notice that had not been paid, but it didn't have a name on there. It had an ID number on it, but I don't remember seeing a name. I was very concerned about that.
Okay, so let me make it clear to you, Empress. Based on what you're saying right now, it's clear that you don't really realize yet that they're not the government. You didn't get that from the government. You got that from some actors. That's not our government. That's not a government at all.
Really?
Yes, that's not a government at all.
Okay, well, you look for what I sent you.
She'll always give you excuses when you ask for specifics.
That's not a government.
Look for what I sent you back, because I did answer the thing. I wasn't sure, and I did answer it. I sent it back to our government.
When you say our government, what do you mean?
The Moroccan, our federal government, our tax department.
Who is sending you that? Because I know we didn't send any tax things out. We haven't.
It said IRM, like Internal Revenue Ministry.
So
that's what it said on it.
Okay, was it signed by anyone?
I think it was, but I'll look for it. I won't kill your time right now, but I'll look for it.
This is kind of important. It's kind of important because, again, if you didn't write it, then it's not what it should be. Because see, our government would not send you something saying you owe anything. What did it say? Did it say you owed something?
Yes. I think it was taxes for, was it 22? I think it was 22. I'm not 100% sure. I don't have the paper at my fingertip right now.
Our government would never tell the creditors that they owe anything. Not like that.
I just kind of wondered. I was very kind of like touchy about it, but I said, well, let me do something with it. So
I'm glad we'd love to see it.
Okay.
We would love to see it. You can redact it and block out any information that you don't want seen, but someone is playing with you. They messing with you.
Okay.
Somebody's messing with you.
I kind of thought it was, but I wasn't sure. But then the strangest thing was there wasn't a name on it, and that really kind of threw me out.
Do we send things out without a name?
I wouldn't think so.
No, and not only that, Empress, do we when we send things out, I can guarantee you that the document was probably all black. It was black in black ink. It had to be in black ink.
I think it was in red, but like I said, I'm not going to commit right now because I think it was in red. I'm pretty certain it was. That's why I was so concerned.
Yeah, we would not do that. We would not. Just a moment, please. Just a moment.
I will find it and scan it and send it back to you. I did answer it, though. You might look for the paper where I answered it.
Where did they say it came from?
It was one of the Moors. They say it came from the Moroccan government, from our government.
Really?
Yes. They did.
Empress, let me ask you this, and you don't have to necessarily answer it if you don't want to answer it, but it's just something to think about.
Okay.
What other governments or those claiming to be government have, just think about this. Don't answer it. Just think about it. If you have contracted with a government claiming to be the Moroccan government or the Moorish government, and they sent you a bill, then you may want to think about not contracting with them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yet another excuse.
Because there are some out there who are doing stuff and they're not doing it the right way. No, did it have a stamp and seal on it?
I think it did.
Bye-bye, Aisha. You're going
to...
It looked like a legitimate document, except like I said, I wouldn't have paid attention to it if I had saw my name on there. I saw a number, but I didn't see a name.
I would love to see it. Since it didn't have I would love to see the document.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll get it back to you. I'll make sure I email it to you.
Yeah, email it to lightbaymoorishnation@gmail.com, Empress, so that we can look at it, and I'll redact it and show it to the Congress. I'll pull any identifying information out and show it to the Congress. Because see, that is not, if they're asking you for, what were they saying, send it in gold and silver, or was it a dollar amount? Saying that you owe?
Yes.
Empress, you're the creditor.
Matter of fact, they put so much stuff on there. It was like they were going to pull my travel, any document that I had for traveling, like a Visa passport or anything. They were going to lien that. They were going to lien my driver license. I mean, it was a lot of stuff on there. Okay.
May we see the document?
Okay.
Because if they're asking for fiat, you know it's a scam.
It was like, may I say something since I'm in that kind of category?
Yes,
I received with my Social Security notification when they said that from the administration, from those actors, it said I had chosen not to volunteer to pay taxes, and I don't have to. They acknowledged it.
Yeah.
I just got it a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's on.
You got it. Is that from the system that you got that?
Yes, ma'am. It was from the Social Security Administration.
Well,
when the shit don't work, she's always going to have an excuse. Always excuse.
They've been raiding my retirement and my Social Security since the fall of 21, and they refuse to quit.
Maybe they'll get around to it because it was real. I did not check off that I would pay taxes, and they acknowledged it.
So here's the thing about even that, Empress. Any one of us who is receiving credits into the banking system is going to have to convert that to what it should be, which the credits will still come. But at some point, we're going to have to convert those to gold, silver, and more sovereign dollarium. We're going to have to. That's not an if, it's a when.
Pauline's husband paid taxes.
What the when looks like, W-H-E-N as well as the W-I-N, what that looks like is this. See, they don't want you to hear this. That's why they keep interrupting, because they know I nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to go on that cross, but they're up there already. They just don't realize it. So
Okay.
you're going to have to, whatever process that you're receiving something coming in has to be, that process, you got to restate that process from start to finish and notify them in order for things to continue.
Okay.
So Empress and all Moors, let me say this to you. There are some out there, see, they know that U.S. stuff ain't working for nobody anymore, so now they're changing things to try and make it look like it's us. You're going to, if they're saying that you owe something, you know it's fraud.
Okay.
Send Dollarium for whatever it is that is owed if you see that. Because, see, we're going to have to send Dollarium for everything anyway. Dollarium, merchant cards, gold, silver. Checks, we're going to have to send it because the system is already flipped.
Okay.
It's already flipped. So, Empress, someone is trying to scare you. They're trying to scare you. And they're trying to make you think that you're going to have to do without, but you're not. You're just going, now this is my encouragement to you, Empress, is there's a lot of Moorish information going on out there.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, we all have to tune out a lot of the noise, not the real information, but the noise, so we can focus on what we should be doing. And that focus requires us to restate each process one by one. I'm having to do it my own self.
Okay.
We must restate each and every process. Let me give you an example of that just in our processes. We restated the domicile. We did that. We restated the whole thing from start to finish, title, payment, all of that. But ADT, the security company,
mm-hmm.
That's the part we had to still do. We still had to do that part because that part is part of a contract. So we've had to create lien, levy, and bond for that. And then spell it all the way out on the bond. And guess what it stands for? When we spelled it out on the bond, we realized that's our system too. It stands for American District Telegraph. It's a communication device.
Her deposit was rejected, but she ain't going to show you that.
It's American District Telegraph.
Okay.
That's ours anyway. They were waiting for us to take dominion over it.
Okay.
So, Empress, what you're dealing with right now, Empress, and I'll just say this from me to you, what you specifically, Empress Aisha, are overcoming and overstanding is the confusion that says that any mail that you get is real. But when you get the mail, know that when you rebut it with the same process. Take your time and rebut it with the same process. Okay? The process is going to have to be lien, levy, and bond. See, our ancestors are pushing us to do that for everything out there because everything we must take dominion over the services. We must.
Okay. So is the lien, levy, and bond then? How is that 3 different documents?
It's 3 different documents. if you look on the post office video, it's a 47-minute video that we did, a lien, a levy, and a bond on the post office, then you will see that process from start to finish.
Okay.
Okay.
And it didn't work.
Just a moment. Okay. And that particular process has to be done for everything. It has to be done for everything because we have to take dominion over everything.
Okay.
We have to.
So
when we say
we do that like we do everything else, like do the lien, levy, and bond, send it to them, and put it on public record, and we send it to those 3 offices in D.C.
You don't have to send it to the 3 offices once you notify the subjects in the office of. When you notify the subject, even the liens, when you putting it on the public record is sending it to them as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you send it, notification is made. That's why the law says notice to agent is notice to principal, and notice to principal is notice to agent.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Okay.
It's the law because we said it's the law.
Yeah, so I got my work cut out for me. I should do everyone like that.
Yes, Empress, and here's the thing, the more you do it, after a while, it'll take you maybe 30 minutes to do a lien, levy, and bond because you got the template there.
Okay.
You just get used to doing the process. That's what the ancestors are doing with us as well, is making sure that it only takes us a little while to do the processes. So they keep saying, this needs to be done, we just do it. And then know this, Empress, that you have time. You're going to be here a long time. You got 1,000 years. You're going to be here.
All right.
So we got to do the work. We must do the work. And again, once you get the template of lien, levy, and bond down, and you understand it in your spirit, because that actually is what makes the things work, is we take it into our spirit. And when we take it into our spirit and put it on paper, it's going to do exactly. Your word will not return unto you void. It's going to accomplish everything that you send it out to do.
Okay. One other question. Where do we get the magnetic ink? Is like I have a HP laptop.
Mm-hmm.
I've never.
What kind of printer do you have? I mean, yeah, what kind of printer do you have? Do you have a printer?
Yes, I have an HP printer too.
Okay, so whatever kind of printer you have, you would get the magnetic ink for that particular printer.
Okay. And I can get it in the Office Depot store or something like that?
Yes, you can get it at Office Depot, Office Max, Home Depot, Amazon. You don't even have to leave your domicile. You can order it online.
Okay.
And Office Depot and Office Max will deliver it to you freely.
Okay.
The one that's closest to you will deliver it to you freely.
Islam for Empress Aisha.
Yes.
Just so you know, you also need to make sure you specify what model HP you have. Okay? Like I have an HP 2500 type model, so they have micro MICR ink for the HP 67 is my normal ink cartridge. So they have an HP 67 micro ink cartridge. So make sure you have the proper cartridge, the normal ink cartridge that you have, but it says micro ink. That's what you're looking for, okay?
Okay, and we have to use that ink for everything?
No, you only use that when you're doing your Treasury check. That's it.
With the Treasury. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Peace.
Peace.
Thank you, Noble Phoenix. Islam. Thank you so much.
I think that takes care of my questions today.
Yeah. The link to the postal video is in the chat, just as Harold put it in the chat.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Harold. Thank you, Noble Phoenix. Islam.
Islam.
Moors really kind of help take care of their people, you know.
Is what you say, Empress? Say that again, Empress. Oh, I thought she said something about we.
Islam. She said the Moors know how to take care of their people.
Oh, that's what I thought I heard. Thank you, Empress. Yeah. You know, that's what we do for each other. This transition that we're at is something. Go ahead, Nobility.
Islam, and it's because of what you just mentioned. The transition and where we are right now is so phenomenal, so awesome.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it in every fiber of my existence, and that's what got me to this point, because so many things have been coming in terms of enlightenment, understanding, understanding, comprehend, all at the same time, and one after another, right on time. So that's what prompted me to want to get clarification on that routing number, the 02103-004, because that one connects to the Treasury Federal Credit Union out of D.C. when I put it into the little check software. I was doing a little trial demonstration. And when I use that one, that's the corresponding Treasury Credit Federal Credit Union that came up. So my question was,
02 something? Is that one that we put on the public record?
The Federal Credit Union, that's the one. Well, no, that's the routing number that you showed last week, or that you used for the post office. Okay, that was what was on your check, that routing number.
Okay.
But it was not the routing number that I had found and was intending to use for the regular Treasury branch office out of D.C. Or the headquarters out of D.C. because the Treasury that I've been sending copies of my correspondence to out of Austin, Texas, does not have a routing number specific for it that I was able to find yet.
So it doesn't have it because all of that goes to the District for Columbia Treasury, or the Utah, rather, Ogden, Utah Treasury. Ogden, Utah.
Okay, because when I did my bonds, I actually mailed them to the Austin, Texas location, not Ogden, Utah.
That's fine.
Okay, I know it's going to get there to Ogden, but I wasn't. But then now, why are we not using a routing number, or does it matter? A routing number for Ogden.
Notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. However, we do want to be as exact as possible. So Ogden, Utah is where we send all of our Treasury. Anything that has to do with notification or notifying the Treasury system, we send it to Ogden, Utah.
Okay, so it doesn't matter where you're located. We're going to be using Ogden, Utah for our Treasury.
That's the way we do it.
Okay. And the reason, again, the reason for the confusion, forgive me, for the assembly, is because when I did my demonstration and I did some correspondence to the Treasury and set up my own private account and was introducing that private account based off of the bond that I did for my restated allodial birth record, birth certificate, okay, and my restated SSN number, sovereign state number, okay, and all the other documentation that I did to reestablish my person outside of their jurisdiction after I killed it off in theirs with the bid bond, payment bond, performance bond, death certificate, all that, okay. When I restated the account with them, I specifically mentioned this is going to be my account number that I have created for me, my vessel. And that was directed to the Austin, Texas location, not Ogden. And I didn't have a routing number for them per se. That's why I was a little bit concerned, but if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. And that's why I was...
No, don't say that it doesn't matter. Everything matters. Everything matters.
Which is why I was trying to figure out which is the proper one.
So let's go back, because see, you're actually talking about two different things. You're talking about what you're describing is setting up a personal account. That's what you're describing. And this number restated is the number, is the routing number. And your state security number restated is the account number. Restated.
Okay. All right. That's the clarification that I was missing right there with this number. Because I recognized when you were using the 021 number, that wasn't for a personal Treasury Direct account. That's why I was concerned. I said, wait a minute, I don't think I have the right one, because she used that one because you indicated that was for commerce, for businesses. And I'm like, I'm not supposed to be using that one, because that was the post office one. So I'm like, oh, well, dang it, I got all these other numbers. Which is the right one? So thank you. Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
That's the one for each one of us to set up our accounts and things that we're doing, okay? That's for, I would say private, but the private is not even the right word. Sovereign is the right word. A sovereign individual is the right word. I'm saying this for the benefit of those listening and those at Congress. This is that one is for each one of us, because we each have a very vast estate. Each one of us has a very vast estate that we must prepare legally for. That's what we're doing. We've already done it. Just one moment. So that the system our system recognizes what we do commercially to grow our estate. Okay? So that is for, and we stated that when we introduced these numbers, we stated what exactly what they're for, and sometimes we know we'll do our best to be even more clear. Islam,
thank you so much.
You're welcome. And Noble Phoenix, thank you so much, because you really do sharpen us where clarity is concerned. We love being sharpened where clarity is concerned, because we will for everyone to be clear on exactly what's going on. Empress Angel.
Islam, yes, thank you. So to make our 9-digit sovereign number, to add a 0 in front would be the 10th digit, correct?
It would be the 10th digit.
Okay. Right.
And either number is correct, simply because you've restated everything. Islam.
And we don't use the P as it states here. Okay.
Not necessary. So with that being stated, now this 22 right here, remember 222141A1. So you can use that, or if it's in your paperwork, that's why this stuff is not necessary. You don't have to, your account is marked as a type 22, okay? Which is going to point to the law regarding, that's the first twos.
Islam.
For the system. Islam.
Yes, because Justice Nathan and I, we was having a conversation about the master account document, right, and how it has the routing number for the Federal Reserve. And I was saying how when we do that document and put our appellation there, And when we properly state our banking system, right, the master account is the Treasury account, and all accounts and all routing numbers and all account numbers gets sent to the Treasury. We don't have a Treasury just for this account number and a routing number. We don't have it doesn't work that way. So when you put your master account documentation on the public record, then your account becomes a master account, and you can, as a Treasury, use all routing numbers, all account numbers, and you have access to everything. That's how I understand it, and that's how I desire and will to use the master account for the Treasury, because I already know that the Treasury has the ability to use all accounts and all routing numbers. That's fine.
Yes, Mom. That's correct. Yeah.
Right.
See, that's the system. It's routing numbers and account numbers. That's a system. And when you use that system properly, we can't use dead routing numbers and dead account numbers. We have to use living ones. And when we use the living ones, the dead one gets buried, never to rise again. And think about this too, Morris, because I experienced this with my mother. When someone, when they first die and you see them, they look asleep. So they look like they're alive, but they're not. That is how similar the systems and who governs them, that's how close the similarity is. And that's why there was an enactment of us being fooled by imitators. That's how close that it looks. But it's so easy to know the difference between whether you're speaking to a living system or a dead system is which one did you create? You created it. You created it. So that's the case with your documents. You create your documents. Islam. With that being stated, just a moment. Let me see who to put out of here, so that we stay on task.
You're so fucking full of shit, Pauline. Look at.
Thank you, Empress Ravana.
Look at all her failures in the chat.
That is how
failure.
That is how similar the systems were. The difference between when you're looking at someone who just passed away, who just transitioned, and someone who's asleep or living. Except we don't die. So that is what all of this is about. Now let's get back
How come your check was rejected by the...
Let's get back to the document, because this is where we were.
Tell them how your check was.
Remember where we were? United Services Automobile Association. So this is the these are the stipulations, or the not stipulations. They're really just requests for anyone willing to do banking.
Show the culture bank account because it got rejected.
So now, persons not United States citizen subjects. Persons who are not United States citizen subjects without a United States issued taxpayer identification number must provide a government-issued identification that provides evidence of nationality or residence plus a secondary identification. And this is some of those identifications. But again, even for those who are not, even for those who are citizen subjects, the citizen subjects have to have a birth certificate also, and it cannot come from the dead state. It has to come from the living state, with stamp and elevated seal. And everything that is issued, that is issued by us is living. So we're still correcting the system in terms of ensuring that the system is doing as commanded. In terms of when the subjects go to the system, that the system gives them the correct information from our perspective, from where law is concerned. Original birth certificate with stamp and elevated seal, employee identification, student identification, merchant card or credit card identification, identification issued by a recognized business or government agency. I'll say this too, that when anyone, it can be Moors or subjects, when anyone brings us, Empress Aisha, did you have a question about, or a statement, or some wisdom?
Yes, I was going to ask, what do we do when we need service, like, you know, maybe, for instance, sending out funds to someone, and the old system won't recognize the information that we have, like, you know.
What type of services are you speaking of? Just for an example.
Like if I was going to wire some money out to someone, and the system, and they refuse to take the ID that I want them to take. Like I have Moorish ID.
So here's the problem. If someone is asking for fiat, those systems are going away. And so even though they need the fiat, the system is still going away. So at some point, all of that commerce has to stop and not happen anymore. But while we're in this transition, if you're going to be sending them fiat, then you must invoke. Now, the driver's license that we create have been accepted everywhere by everyone. We've not had a single one say that they didn't accept my Moorish driver's license, my federal driver's license. So a federal driver's license will do, Empress.
Okay, so I would have to get one of them because they refused to take what I had.
Yeah,
my
because
Moorish
they're operating at the legal level and not the lawful level.
Okay.
That's why. And that's why we're doing what we're doing regarding the United States. This is ancient Morocco, and had you gone to an ancient Moroccan vendor, and they probably would have asked for legal documents too, because they're doing commerce. See, everything that's legal is commercial, so you have to fix that. We have fixed that system. So that's what the driver's license is all about, Empress, the federal driver's license. I went on to what was previously termed a military base with mine, because I had to take someone to where they were going. They couldn't take them. They were not in the health place to take themselves. So I took them and I showed them my Moorish, my United States federal driver's license that we create. And anyone out there will accept that, Empress.
United States federal, but we created ourselves.
We created ourselves. We've shown our driver's license.
Okay.
Again, we're not talking dead letter homonyms, Empress. The United States is us. It always has been. And in that video that we put the link to with Grand Sheik, he says that in that video, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
He says that the United States was never them. It was always been us. And this video that we put the link to was years ago.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Now, again, ancient Morocco is at the red letter lawful level. It supersedes anything legal. However, the legal system must be acknowledged if you're doing commerce. And all of us were doing commerce. That's the only way that we could be pulled into a system that wasn't real in the enactment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Please open up the door
Yes,
for
Islam.
Justice Howard. Thank you.
So, a driver's license, Empress, a federal driver's license. Okay. You can make it yourself, or you can, or we can make one for you, and just go back and look at the video for what's necessary for that.
Okay.
Because all the commerce we do, and you can send a silver coin. We said gold coin in the video, but it can be a silver coin.
Okay.
It can even be a silver quarter from before 1964 because they were silver then.
Okay.
So, just some silver or some gold. And we will be happy to make one for you. See, they keep trying to tax you because they want your allegiance. When you are allegianced to your nation, you are the government. And so even by us doing that exchange, it's going to prove that you're not part of them, you're part of us. Because your commerce, which is the only thing they had, that's the only thing.
She's not going to show you that her deposit was rejected.
That's the only thing they had, and that's the only thing they keep trying to run their mouth about.
Okay.
It's commerce, money going back and forth.
I got it. I'll work something out. I'll work it out.
Well, Empress, you can create your own driver's license with your computer and your printer.
Okay.
So you don't have to, it doesn't take any time, it doesn't take any fee, it's what you have right now where you are. No one can say that your driver's license isn't real when you create it, because it's right there. And see, those that you're sending that to, or whoever it is that you're showing that to, just laminate it or put it in a holder, one of those little plastic holders.
Your deposit.
Just do that.
Rejected.
Just do that, because see, tribal people have always been doing that anyway. The people that were acting as Indian have always been doing that. They've been showing Indian quote-unquote documents at these places, and the places had to accept it because of their identity. The same thing is with us. The same thing, and even more so with us, because they were just acting. We were real. Create your driver's license, and usually you're sending copies of it to get things done. But if you're using something like Western Union or whatever, again, Empress, lien, levy, and bond, and then show your ID.
Oh.
And whoever it is that you're sending the money to, fortunately or unfortunately, we actually, all of us, we all have to, everybody has to be getting in alignment with what we're doing. Or else they're going to have to do without. That's what we're stating to everyone. And see, some people don't like that. They're going to have to do without until they get in alignment. Now, we don't have to do without anything because we're restating everything.
So our
document, but that has to be done.
So our document has to have basically the same information, but change what we need to change on it and just restate it.
That's it, Empress.
On a new sheet of paper.
Yes, it's that simple. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to present the real wheel. That's it.
Okay.
because their stuff is not working anymore for anyone. Even people with supposed driver's license issued by frauds that stuff is not being accepted. They're saying, "Oh, yours is suspended, so you can't. We can't accept it because it's suspended, or it's expired, or it's damaged, or we don't accept those anymore." I mean, we had that happen even with a military ID many years back. Before I woke up, they were saying, "Oh, military, that's not a real. We don't accept those anymore." And I was like, "What?" That was a slap in the face to us when we were asleep, because we were like, everybody accepts military ID, and they're like, "No, we don't accept them anymore." That was before we woke up.
Because of the date on it?
No, it was not expired. They were saying we're not accepting military stuff anymore. What they were really saying is that this land is not occupied by the military anymore. That's what they were really saying, and this was before we woke up. They were starting to say, no military on this land.
Okay.
I mean, that was one of the most shocking things I had ever experienced, because there was nowhere that we could go that a military ID wasn't accepted. Even if we were driving without a license, if we showed a military ID, we got some grace or something, or let off, something. They would say it was good enough. And this was in our sleep, but not anymore. So,
but these places like, I think it was it Sam Walmart?
Yeah.
They had this little pamphlet about what their guidelines was. That how you could send money, and if you made a mistake and said you have not met that person face to face, then they wouldn't make the transfer of the funds.
See, so even people with a good, supposedly quote good driver's license, if they check the wrong box on that thing, they still can't send nothing. Why? Because it's about identity. So that pamphlet that you saw with Western Union, you restate the pamphlet even. It must be restated. We're going to have to. What we're showing you on the screen right now is a restatement of the qualifications so that people can do banking, because they're not going to be able to do it without it. Starting with
okay.
So let's continue with this application affidavit for banking. Let's continue with that, because this is important. Proof of address is required. If neither the primary nor secondary identification contains your physical address, separate proof of address, for example, a utility bill or school enrollment statement, will need to be provided, or must be provided. Now, teens without a primary identification shall be accompanied by an adult account owner who is a relative or guardian, and bring identification such as a state security card, birth certificate, or student identification. That should say two forms, two identifications, not forms of identification, but two identifications, such as a state security card, birth certificate, or student identification. United States, this is just a disclaimer down at the bottom. Listen, Morris, I'm telling you right now that we must create the door for everyone else to come in. We must create the door for them to do banking. We must create the door for them to be driving and traveling and doing commerce. We must create the door. We must. We must. So now here's the application. Application affidavit to open a bank account. Primary account owner information, name, and again, it's the name that we own. We're the fiduciaries for that. Address, state security number, identification with this application affidavit. So you have to have an ID, which is what we just showed. Age, how many years. Primary account owner signature, the date with the year first, then the month, then the day. And then the primary account owner's right thumbprint. Secondary account owner information. And for each secondary member, you have to have a separate application affidavit. Name, address, state security number, identification with this application affidavit. The same things as above. And then the secondary account owner right thumbprint. And then
Islam, one quick question.
Islam.
So, because some people are reopening their previous account, so could there be a space for that, for the putting of the account number that was already given, issued, or however stated?
Yes, there is. If let us just get to that part.
Pardon self.
Islam. And with regard to that, those who've opened accounts, the account is going to have to be restated anyway. So all we're doing is getting ahead of that and restating it from the beginning. Now, these are for citizens and for Moors, but here's where the distinction is made. The distinction is made at the back office, which is where it was made in the first place anyway. Is this a legacy account? Yes. It'll be yes if they present a national ID. That's why we're going lawful and legal on this account. They must produce a Moorish American ID, and that's on top of a driver's license or a birth certificate or something of that nature. Okay? So our nationality matters. And that was the thing that was missing in the last era. Is we didn't have nationality cards that we were showing, so they were automatically throwing us in the black category. Citizen subject account, yes or no. It depends on the ID that is presented. Okay? The bank has to go with what you present to them, to the system. Not to people, it's to the system. Or a permanent resident account, yes or no. Okay, legacy identification, this answer and this answer will be the same. What identification type that they present that says this is a legacy account? It's a Moorish American, Moroccan identification card. And that's whatever you call yourself, it must be Moorish American or Moroccan or all of the above or either of those. Okay, either. Okay. And that's for the Moors. That's for the Moors. And the citizens are going to show a driver's license or a non-driver ID. And they have to get that from us, Moors, or they can't do banking. They have to get that from the Moors. But I'll say this too, the system has flipped such that places that were previously called driver license places, they're going to eventually be issuing them the same way that we say to issue them, the way that we state to issue them. Islam.
If that be the case, then the only way they're going to be able to issue the same cards based on the theme and what we've been discussing so far is if they're not taking fiat anymore. So they're going to have to be accepting more sovereign delirium or gold coins. That's the only way I'm just making that as a complete point. The only way that the system is going to be able to do that is if they're not taking fiat anymore, which means they're in alignment with us or they've gotten back into proper status.
Yes. And guess who's going to be demonstrating that? The same ones that's been demonstrating banking up to now, all of us. To get $27,777.75 into my account, I did not send not 1 ounce of fiat, and the system said, yep, that's money. Yep, that's money. That's what the system stated. It accepted it simply. But on the face of it, it accepted it. Or she, our system is a she, accepted it.
Has there been any pushback at all since then?
No pushback. No pushback at all. None.
No reversals or any other shenanigans?
With regard to the check itself, because we get to name whatever that action is, there was an enacted minusing out of that amount or a removal of that $27,000. But then the ancestor said the only reason for that is so that you will restate the whole process. Because again, remember this, and we've been stating this. When what starts in fraud stays in fraud, what starts in truth stays in truth. So I had to send what I'm showing you now to them so that the account would do what it's supposed to do, because it has to be restated. We've been saying that. The whole account must be restated. Everything that we do must be restated. And to me, I don't consider that pushback. I consider that the ancestors showing us what we should be doing. See, the process, all we're doing is proving that our processes work. Once our processes work, then we say, okay, whose system is it? It's our system. And we don't consider that pushback, Noble Phoenix. We didn't consider the POW demonstrations pushback. That was a matter of who are you, period. And Moors, we got to get used to that. You all are going to have to do the same thing. You're going to have to restate everything that you've done. If you got a bank account open by using a form that was not created by you, it will respond to the system will do what the system does. It will accept money. But then the ancestors are going to say, okay, you gotta come on up higher. That's what a grand rising is we're coming up higher. So now, legacy identification, because see, here's the thing. When they saw our documentation, even on that account, because it's my account, when they saw the documentation, they elevated it to legacy, and then we started doing things back and forth, certain tests. And once I passed all my tests, they said, okay, now you're going to have to give the real documentation and state who you really are. And not only just state who you are, but you got to open the door for everybody else. So that's what we're doing. The door is open for us. The account is open for us. But we have to open it for everybody else by doing an application process that tells who we are based on status.
Okay, Empress.
Islam.
One more comment.
Yes.
You know, I am a Moor, been a Moor for a long time, understand who I am and know who I am.
Yes.
But sometimes I'm not, although I can use the computer for certain things, sometimes, and I don't want to use my age for an excuse.
Because it's not, we won't accept that.
Sometimes I just don't feel like doing the paperwork. Will we ever get to the point where we can appoint people to, you know, the people that know who they are and don't have any questions about stuff, you know, that we can hire people to help us get this paperwork in place and get it on record like it needs to be?
I'm going to answer that question honestly, Empress. I'm going to answer it honestly because it's the same thing that the ancestors stated to us about governing. Just a moment. Let's pull this forth. We talked about a delegation of authority at the beginning of this presentment.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why we don't do them. You would actually, at some point, we will get there where you're in trust with someone.
Okay.
However, where we are right now, we're in trust with each other, but we must know the processes. And the only way we know that you know the process, and look at my computer's not trying to do it. It doesn't want to show the scripture.
Okay.
Solomon asked for wisdom in the Bible. And when Solomon asked for wisdom in the Bible, there was a scripture that came up for those who did not want to do. The Bible says, oh, and I'm not calling you a sluggard, Empress.
Mm.
I'm speaking about everything, about what you're stating, because I'm doing the same thing. I was feeling the same way for a while, some years back. The Bible says, "O ye sluggard, go to the ant and watch how the ant works."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. To see what we are to do. Just one moment. I think it's right here. It says, oh, there it is right there. Proverbs, the 6th chapter, verse 16. It says, "Go to the ant, you sluggard. Consider its ways and be wise." Consider its ways and be wise. We've asked for wisdom, and that's really the point of that. We've asked for wisdom, and in order to get it, we must be willing to work for it. So, yes, we must do the documents. And here's the thing. Those who say that they don't have good computer skills, you still know how to write. So you would literally have to write out your documentation.
Okay.
Okay. Because we can, and here's the thing, Empress, the ancestors already know why you're doing what you're doing and saying what you're saying and demonstrating what you're demonstrating and not demonstrating what you're not demonstrating. Okay. I noticed that, Empress, you've not been really willing to do lien, levy, and bond. But you must. You must. Because the process has been put out there on the public record. We state that we will to have freedom and to be free. Just one moment. Let me get that off the screen. We will to be free, but we must open the door for ourselves first and then for others. And that's why every time you try to get someone to do it for you, it doesn't work out well. And that goes for everybody. When you try to get someone else to do your work, it's not gonna turn out well. You must do it first. And it's only once your plate is full and overflowing that the ancestors will allow the energy for you to delegate that energy to someone else.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know, only when your plate is overflowing. The ancestors don't see that the plate is overflowing yet. Not yet. It will be. It's a lot of work. It will be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because, Empress, think about how vast your estate is. Yeah. Who is to do that but you? At first, initially anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because what you're doing right now is establishing your estate.
Okay.
You're establishing it. No one can do that for you. Only you can establish your estate. That's why lien, levy, and bond. It'll be a piece of cake once you get accustomed to doing it. Okay. Even if you have to write it out. And see, the ancestors know that computer-ness is not, whether you can operate a computer or not. They know that they've given you what you need to do it. The ancestors have opened up all of our minds so that we can do everything that we thought we couldn't do. We've done it so far. Everything. There were so many things that we had no idea we had the authority to do that we're doing now. We didn't think we could do a 10-day demonstration in a POW camp without calling home, without calling our consort. But we did it. We had to. We didn't have a choice. As far as we're concerned in our spirit, we didn't have a choice because we will to be free, to continue to be free. So let's continue with this application affidavit for our legal banking system. Now, this is for the back office. And when we say the back office, again, we're talking about us. When I filled out my application affidavit, I then had to go down and do the office part also. Okay? I had to go down and do the office part also. So now, just one moment. Citizen subject identification, yes. What type of identification did they provide? And it's generally going to be a driver's license, and then a real birth certificate. And when we say real, they can actually create their own birth certificate. The stamping and sealing of the birth certificate happens at the government level. So we must stamp and seal their birth certificate. Let's just keep going. Permanent resident identification, that's someone who came here and they will to stay here and work. Then they would have some type of a permanent resident identification, meaning, let's say a nationality card from someplace else, and then we would issue them something here like a driver's license or a non-driver identification card. And then Empress Aisha, remember what you asked, the question that you asked about, will we make it so that the Moroccan Empire is stated in what we do? Where banking is concerned, birth, state, Moroccan Empire or United States, those are the only two options. The citizens will be United States. The Moors, if they have a Moorish ID, it's automatically going to be Moroccan Empire.
Okay.
And that automatically elevates their banking to legacy.
They can get a legacy account even though they are subjects.
No, not subjects. So let's make that clear again, what we've stated here. Moroccan Empire is always, if you receive a Moorish government ID, it's going to be Moroccan Empire for that particular birth state.
Okay.
If they are a citizen subject, then, because see, citizen subjects can bank too. They can have bank accounts. Then they would say United States. They would have been born in the United States that we created because they're supposed to be here working anyway.
Okay.
If they will to stay here and to do commerce, then they will bank with us. Just like it's the exact opposite of the last era.
Okay.
It looks like the last era except we're the bank. Authorizing bank official autograph and date. we would write down the primary account number, and this is why you do your own back office stuff with the account. The primary account number is going to be, Empress Angel, the question that you asked earlier about, is there a place where we can, you know, if we already have a bank account number, can we restate that number and put that number on here? Yes, this is where you would put it. And then you put a temporary access code issued. You can state what that's going to be. And then the secondary account number. So, for example, my Empress and I, she would be secondary when she's opening. But on my account, she would be secondary if I choose that. For her account, she would be primary, and I can be secondary on her account if she chooses that. And then we write down whatever it is. Okay, and if you don't have a primary account number, one will be issued for you. And so what you would do is you send these to notify the subject, the system. You're going to notify the system by sending these with proof of identity and a fiduciary affidavit on Moorish government letterhead. And when you do that, the system will send you a primary account number or a secondary account number and a temporary access code. The system will do that. Okay? And then you restate that. It will already have been restated because you're going to send a lien, levy, and bond with this. And then card number, card limit, and the majority of our merchant cards, so here it'll say access information and access card issue, yes. Card type, it will be a merchant card, or it can be, if you're not a merchant and you're just doing private things, it can be, you know, a private card or a personal card. And then the card number. Here, if you had a card previously, and it doesn't matter how old the card is or whether it's expired or anything, if you will to use that card number, you can use that number because it'll be restated. And then the limit on the card, all of our cards generally for merchants has a $100 million limit. And then for those doing private business, it's going to be 100 million anyway, because if you use 100 million, and again, that's what we put into trust for each one is 100 million. That's enough to make some profit and to do some things so that your 100 million grows. Because that's the point of all of this, is to make it grow. Is to grow it, grow your money. And some may not want to do commerce. They may just want to, you know, invest in stocks and bonds and all of that stuff. Well, their estate is going to grow by that amount. And they just sit at home and watch that, because that's what they do. Instead of going out and doing sea salt or going out and doing jewelry or clothing or, you know, or even at the governmental level, driver's license and things of that nature. Just know also that driver's licenses and those places were actually corporations the whole time anyway. About a year ago, I went to one of those places, and of course not for me. But when I stepped in the door, I accompanied someone because I wanted to see what the process looked like because of the changes that we've made and things of that nature. And when I went into the place, I laughed so hard because it was supposed to be a driver's license place, but they had football jerseys of their favorite teams up on the wall. They had a TV on and it was showing a game. They had just all types of craziness on the walls that was telling everybody in there that is not a government. That's not a government office place. That is not even legitimate. It's not real. It was hilarious. Card renewal date. Again, if you have any cards with numbers where you can access the system of moving money back and forth, you can use that card number and the information for that card. But for those who have bank cards, you can use your bank card and you would send it to that bank, the banking system, rather. So then at the top of the page, whatever that banking system is, it's going to be at the top of this page. But all the banking systems will respond to this affidavit with their bank with the banking system logo nationalized at the top. So online internet account access, yes or no, and that's up to them, whoever it is that's getting the account, and then the bank will say, okay, they will to have online internet account access. Okay.
Islam, can you go over the duplicated card issued with the same number? What would the purpose of that be?
That would be for the whoever it is that's getting who's secondary on the account. Will you have a duplicate card issued with the same number to them? So my Empress could have the same card that I have. She can have that same card with the same number and everything, and it would have the 100 million, so she can access whatever she wills to access until she decides to get her own card. And when she decides to get her own card, then she can get her own card, and she won't need mine. So the number of cards issued is what that speaks to. The number of cards issued at the time that the account is open. A duplicate card is different from a replacement card, because the secondary account number can have a different card number, by the way. They would just be setting up an account that is aligned with the primary account number.
Would that be easier for accounting and for records?
So let's say the answer to that question is yes. Either one. Either one is easy. It depends on the circumstances. If a mother or father wills to give their 12-year-old a card with their own separate number for that account, they can do that so that they can teach their child erudition where money is concerned, and the child will know how to use the card, and the child will have a separate card number so that you can tell the difference between their purchases and the parent's purchase or the guardian, and that way erudition where that is concerned will take place, where banking is concerned. So they can either be issued, the secondary can either be issued a duplicate card with the same number, or they can be issued a card with a separate number, but for the same account. Okay.
And then you have for the online internet access, shouldn't there be a place where you put in a password as well for the online?
So the temporary access code for online is going to be the same as the temporary access code that's issued right here.
All right.
Okay. And then whenever you are accessing your banking, you just go in and start changing the temporary codes to a regular code that you would use. Same thing on the card as well, and the account, And then for United Services Automobile Association, this is where we sent our information. Just one moment, just a moment. I hit a F12 button. Let me pull that F12 back. Okay, so this is at the bottom of the screen. You will see United Services Automobile Association. The subject is Wayne Peacock, 9800 Fredericksburg Road, San Antonio, Texas. And again, Morris, in order for this banking process to work for you, you must use the government mailing process. That's why it's so important for right now, where you're setting up your legacy accounts. The way that we're setting them up is we're sending this stuff off right now, and in a very short time, everyone will be able to come to the bank and do the same thing. The reason we sent this to the bank is so that they can publish it, so the system can publish it for everyone who's coming, and so that they can put it out to all the bank branches. And Moors, you would just take yours with you. Okay? But see, again, if you're mailing it out, your account is going to be set up anyway, already.
Islam?
Islam.
A question. Navy Federal and USAA primarily serviced military personnel.
Yep, and their families.
Say that again, the last part?
Yes, and their families.
And their families. And you had to prove that you had a military connection.
Yes.
The old era.
Yes.
Has anything changed in that regard? Is that still their primary customer base? That's why they were a credit union for them.
Who is that?
No, I'm saying that was the way the system was set up originally as far as the credit union.
Okay.
So at some point, I don't know if you did that in your documentation, okay, when you restated the account and you restated this whole agency, because I know that you did the lien, levy, and bond on the company.
Yes.
So when you restated the company and brought it on the land, was that provision still left in there or not?
That's a better way to put the question. Thank you for clarifying.
That's why I clarified the question, because I know where you were ready to go, and we don't need to go there because I understood that. But that's why I had to ask it that way. All right.
Well, we have to remember, too, Noble Phoenix, when we open our mouths and use our words, that there are new Moors that are going to hear this 10 years from now.
Correct. And that's why we had to get it clarified. So I wanted to get it clarified.
That's not put in there at all.
Okay.
No, it wasn't. It was just an employment. There was an employment thing put there. But, again, legacy account, we're already doing the work anyway. So.
Yeah, because I always wanted to utilize USAA, even in the old era, because, they were excellent with customer service. And they had a very good reputation of handling claims fairly and all the other services that they offered. They were top tier rated. You could almost say trustworthy, almost.
Yeah.
So for that reason, that's why I was excited when you said that. And I said, well, wait a minute. Did we deal with that? And apparently we did deal with the one obstacle that I needed to overcome in the old era. So now that that's not an issue, that's awesome news for me personally, as well as it is for all of us.
Yeah, Islam.
And
again, this is the basic application for every bank, because we're putting it in place. Just one moment. Let me. Yeah. This is the application. Islam, Empress.
Empress, could you please open for Empress Nana?
Yes, Islam.
Please, thank you. All right.
So those of you that are doing banking demonstrations, you are encouraged to go ahead while you're sending things to send you this as well. I sent a blank one for the system to be ministered by the system. We're ministering it, but the system is going to put it out there. I sent a blank one, and then I also sent one that I filled out for me. Okay, and I sent it via our government mailing process. Now, let me say this also about those that are doing demonstrations where lights and utilities and all of that. You must present the application process. You must present the application process for people, because you're opening the door for yourself first and then for everyone else to come behind you. That goes for everything we're doing. Okay? Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom, anything regarding what we've placed on the public record today? In the Biblios, in several different places, it states that the government will be upon our shoulders, and the doors that we open, no man can shut, and the doors that we shut, no man can open. That is what we're doing. Now, let me say this too. If you are new to Moorish science, or you are taking your time and getting clarity, don't worry about these processes yet. Just know that the processes exist. Okay? Not every one of us is going to do these processes yet. What we are called, those who do the processes, we are called to open the way, to open the door. And that's what we're doing. Okay? Islam, Empress.
So, provided the ID, right? And so we have the autonomy and the authority to create our own documentation via our computers. So we create an affidavit pertaining to our national driving ID and our state security ID. And to do an emboss seal and to stamp on that, could that be stated on this as well?
I don't understand the question.
For the people who don't have the ID in the card form, the form, to do an affidavit document, to create the image on a document and do the autograph and the embossed seal and present that as a ID. Could that be stated on this as well?
Why don't they have an ID card? Why don't they have an ID card? I bet you they have a driver's license from the others. I bet you they got some ID from the other folk, the dead. Why don't they have a Moorish ID when they can create their own Moorish ID? We've shown how to create their own Moorish, and I'm not saying this directly to you. I'm talking to everyone out there. Why don't you have your proper Moorish ID? Why not? When you can create it on your computer. We should make life very easy for ourselves. We just create everything that is necessary. So, Empress, by the time they do all of that, they could have just created an ID or a driver's license.
Islam.
Yeah. Islam.
Yeah.
Islam.
Because again, this is a legal system that they're accessing. You cannot continue to try and access legal systems without acknowledging that system. Yes, we're lawful. That's a part of what we're doing. See, they could not tell you to bring a nationality ID card because they're not nationals. They couldn't tell you that. We had to tell everyone that banking is done according to status. Justice Howard.
Yes, what comes along, I'm asking the question, asking for everybody who's kind of new. Once the ID has been made by whomever, what goes along with that so we can notify the subject on the land?
What goes along with that?
With the national ID.
What is it that you're doing? What are you demonstrating?
Well, you're saying that everybody should create a national ID. Now, I have my national federal driver's license ID. But someone asked me to ask anyone on the conference, because they couldn't make it tonight, what else should be provided with that national ID. For example, the fiduciary, the do not detain, the Morse fee schedule, if they're detained.
I don't know about all of that. I don't know about Morse fee schedules and all of that. I don't know anything about all of that.
Okay.
I don't know what they're trying to do.
Islam. So just put the national ID on the public record, pretty much.
Look at all the people who don't come on Pauline's calls anymore. Look in the chat.
Poor thing. It's almost
Islam.
somebody yelling from the back of the room. Just be quiet.
Yeah.
So, just a moment, please. So when you're notifying of who you are, okay, name change in judicial proclamation, a copy of your Morse ID if you have it. If you don't, you still must notify name change in judicial proclamation. And a fiduciary document. However, you still will have had, it is going to be necessary either right after you do that or very soon thereafter, or even before you do it, or while you're notifying, that you do the first 6 items, the first 6 actions that we spoke about on the public record. The first 6 actions, or, and this is something that the ancestors are showing us as well, or your name change in judicial proclamation, a copy of your Morse ID, and then the dead letter homonyms Quash document. So that will give you time to learn the lien, levy, and bond process. The quashing of all dead letter homonyms, along with your name change in judicial proclamation and a copy of your Morse ID, or, okay, does that clarify, Justice Howard?
Absolutely. That was beautiful. Thank you so much.
Islam. We can keep it simple for the most part, but even after that's done, the tests are going to come, and know this, that people are being tested whether they've stated who they are or not. Everyone's being tested. That's clear. So we might as well make our lives easier, much easier, by stating who we really are. In the simplest way to do that is name change in judicial proclamation, and a fiduciary document, and the quashing, the dead letter homonym. That's the quickest way to do it, but you still have to know the other processes because you're going to be tested on them. Lien, levy, and bond process, you're going to be tested because someone's going to send something, or the system is going to send something, and spit something out with a all caps name in black ink saying that someone owes something.
And also terminating all corporate contracts. I would suggest that to everybody on multiple levels. Make sure that you notify them of terminating said contracts, specifically their fake driver's license, because they're pulling people over left and right where I'm at in this territory. So this is a suggestion to all.
This is test time for everybody. Why? Because we've already put our driver's license on the public record. We say we have one, so they're like, okay, well, let's go find everybody that doesn't have one of those. And here's the thing, Moors can create their own. The citizens are going to have to first declare who they are properly. And they're doing their best. I have to say our subjects are doing what they do in terms of stating that, stating who they are, that they're subjects of the Moors on the land.
Islam Empress?
Islam nobility.
Yes, I have a question about what was just said about the Quash. Would the reversion of state be something to utilize for that as well, or
yes,
that
whatever you can demonstrate. Whatever you can demonstrate. We're just putting as many options out there as possible, and putting forth that which is most effective where government is concerned. And when we say most effective, we're not saying that what you're saying is not most effective, because guess what? It's as effective as you make it, as you can demonstrate that it is.
Correct. Because he said something about the contracts, and I know when I read that the version of state, it addressed the drivers, I believe the Department of Motor Vehicle, and maybe some other things, but I remember that stood out. So that would cancel that contract with them definitely.
So let me clarify what we're saying. We're saying, we're not stating not to do the rest of the things that we've put on the public record. What we're stating is the quickest way while you're learning and while you're studying Moors, especially particularly the new Moors, while you're studying, the quickest way to get to put notification of who you are on the public record is you can put that down to 4 documents. But when you put it to 4 documents, you're still going to go back and be learning the rest of who you are. The other documents, the 40+ documents. See, we're working at a very high level here, and I'm not even going to make any. I'm not going to minimize that. We are, but someone's got to lead, and that's all of us. Okay, and so what I am saying is the quickest way to let the system know who you are: name change, judicial proclamation, a copy of your Moorish ID, and this document that's on the screen right here. This is the quashing of all dead letter homonyms. Then you go back and you do the termination of corporate contracts and all of that stuff. You do all of that, all of it. Everything that we placed on the record, all of it. Islam, Empress.
The quashing document is not on the screen if you were intending it to be.
Thank you for letting me know, because I sure was, and I'm looking at it, but thank you, Empress, thank you.
Thank you.
There it is. I'm looking at it clear as day. I don't know why it doesn't show, but you know, the platform is not perfect.
Islam, is
thank you,
that
Empress.
document actually among the 40-something documents as well?
It is not among the 40. The 40 is stating who you are. This is telling the system what to do. The 40 is stating your authority. This is saying system, old system, you're done. New system, new ancient system, that's the system we're talking to. Okay?
Islam, excuse me.
Yes, Islam nobility.
Okay, as far as this document that's on the screen, could I can I get that document put in the chat, or you can tell me where to refer to get it? And also I had another question. Oh man, it just slipped my head. The 40 documents. Where can I find the instructions how about the 40 documents? Because I don't even know what the 40 documents is about, so I would like to know more about that as well.
Okay, so the 40 documents, let's talk about the 40 documents. The 40 documents will always be, let me go to YouTube, will always be under our videos on YouTube at Light Tajiri Bay channel. So when you go to YouTube, just a moment. Oh, here we go. When you go to our channel, Light Tajiri Bay channel, is it showing on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Go to videos, click on videos right there, and all of our videos will come up, and you can just pick one, pick a video, and then go under the video to where it says right here, where it says more, or it'll say show more. You click on that, and when you click on that, there's going to be some links under here. The 40 documents is this link right here. Or you could, either one of these links is going to have the documents. This one is where we commanded the lower courts to affirm for those who need that. We didn't need it, and so we had the lower courts stamp and affirm those documents. And again, we did it ourselves because we are the heads at the lower court. And that would be Thurston County Superior Court, Pierce County Superior Court, King County Superior Court, Snohomish County Superior Court. We had those courts, the lower courts, to stamp the documents. And any of us could have done that because we're the heads of those places anyway. And so this is where you'll find the 40 documents. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. That's the first part of the question. Islam. Yep. I'm sorry, because Yep. You're right.
Okay.
You was gonna talk about the Quash thing. Quash
yes.
document.
Quash
okay.
Document.
Quash
okay.
document. Okay. So, all right.
Just one moment. Let me. I will to place the links to these. Empress Angel, can you place the links to these? Oh, never mind. My computer is doing crazy things right now. Can you go under one of the videos and place the links to these two links to documents, these two links in the chat, please?
Oh, yes, Islam.
Thank you, Empress. Because my computer is Islam nobility.
I was saying the Moorish Science Handbook is a PDF that Jeremy sent to me. There's quite a lot of information in the Moorish Science Handbook. If anyone wants it, there should be quite a lot of information within that handbook. If anybody hasn't got it, I'll try to send it so they could get a copy of it.
Okay. We would love to see how the temples have cleaned things up. We appreciate that.
Yeah, because in there it's talking about Sharia law, which is the Moorish, we have the opportunity to change quite a few things. It's talking about expatriation and repatriation, and it's about Sharia law. Everything what you're saying is in that book.
That means they've made some changes based on what we've been stating. We love it. We love that. We love it.
I'll try and so I could get it into the chat.
Indeed. Thank you, nobility.
Or if I can't get it in the chat, just put my email address, and who sends to me, I send it to them.
Okay. Try and get it in the chat too, though, so that everyone can grab a copy of that really quickly.
Okay.
I will say this too, Morris, about everything that we're doing. We're seeing the changes. We're seeing them. Everything that we state is in absolute alignment with the Circle 7, the intention of the Circle 7, which we've restated that also because it was compromised at one point. And I won't say compromised, but it is our job to restate everything. And so we are grateful that the temple, that we're getting the Moorish Science Temple's information as well. And it's in alignment with what we've been stating, because the Moorish Science Temple, we honor that they have been around for hundreds, thousands, many, many years. Even while we were asleep, they were here. There had been some compromise there in the writings. I'm not saying the people, I'm saying the writings were compromised, all of them. And so they had to be restated. And so we're grateful that they are now publishing things out like that. And here's the thing. Anything that we get from anyone, we have the right to restate it, okay? The documents that we put out on the public record, Moors, you have a right to restate it. Whatever you restate applies to you first and anyone who assents to that.
Islam.
So, Islam.
Would you please, in short, repeat what Brother Noble was speaking of? His voice, the tone was very low.
Okay, I apologize. I could hear him, but what he stated was that the Moorish Science Temple, that he received a copy of a book that they have published. I can't hear you, Noble. A Moorish Science Handbook. That's what he said. A Moorish. Thank you, Justice Constance. A more. His voice seems kind of low a little bit because he's all the way at UK territory, United Kingdom territory, governing over there, Islam. But he stated that a Moorish Science Handbook has been published by those in the temple, and he willed to present a copy so that we could review it. And again, we honor that the temple has been around for as long as they have, because our Prophet Noble Drew Ali came by way of that venue. We are the Moorish Science Temple for America, and so we restate everything that we receive, as it were, or we reserve the right to do so. But we love to see all of the documentation and things that are being presented and published now. I will tell you that there are so many of us awake that it's just amazing. You would be surprised at how many of us there are that are awake and active.
Islam.
Movement indicates. We hope that he will be placing it in the chat, but and that's if his chat, it should allow him to do it. Just one moment, let me see. The links to the documents are in the chat. Thank you. Just one moment. There it is.
Two, brother.
Just one moment. Let me. Yes.
I've just sent it to Light Jerry Place on the address Light Jerry Place Moorish Nation 1 at gmail.com. I just sent it.
At gmail.com. Islam.
Yeah, I just sent it
in. Islam. Okay, let me get my screen together because it is doing what it do. Islam. So let's go ahead here with this document right here, the Quash all dead letter homonym, to ensure that they're not using the old all caps name, that if things come in all caps, they're coming in all capitalized letters as the new, as our instruments that we use. Okay? So I'm putting this on the screen. I won't read through it because we've read through it before, but I'm putting it on the screen so that you know what it says. Just one moment. Let me get it up there. Let me make sure it's on the screen. Just a moment. Okay. Is the Quash document on the screen? I want to be sure that it is.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. So ensure that you have a copy of this document that you send out with your documents. We've done all the documents that we've placed on the public record. We've sent them all out everywhere. There are different levels on our land of activation and implementation. And so the documents and things that we've placed on the public record, we are ensuring that we address each level, all dimensions, the spirit realm, the 3D realm, the 4D, the 2D, two-dimension, you know, the D stands for dimension. It doesn't stand for dimension. It is dimension. So with that being stated, let us ensure that we have, okay, just a moment.
Can you, Islam,
can
you please tell me, it's driving me crazy now all of a sudden because I'm looking at it and I'm thinking that that's a Treasury seal next to the flag at the end on those seals, but I can't read the letters on it. It's not big enough.
The letters on that seal are Latin. Just a moment.
Maybe that's why I didn't know
just a
what
moment.
it said.
That's probably why.
I was like, what is that thing saying?
Just a moment. Let me get my screen. Yeah, my
So it's in Latin.
Okay.
That's why
It is. It says Thesaur Amer Septent Sigil.
And I have no
the
idea.
North American Treasury.
North American. I like that. Wow.
North American Treasury seal. Sigil or seal or sign.
Ironically, my spirit told me to use that today. And then I put it on my check that I was demonstrating, and I haven't mailed it anywhere, of course. And then I looked at it and I said, I don't even know what that says. What is? I think it's the Treasury because of the chevron, you know, in the background. But I didn't know what it said, and I'm like, man, and I've been trying to figure that out all day, but I didn't recognize it as Latin.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. Thank you.
Islam. Let me point out, since we're on that seal, if you will notice, and this is something for you for all of us to keep in mind. You will know when our documents come forth, because everything will be facing either forward, or when you're looking at it, it'll be facing to the right. The key on this seal faces the right. But when you look at the, here, let's pull up really quickly. Let's pull up we'll say that's what it is, but we know that's not really what it is. Look at this one. So this is the seal for the actors that were acting, right? This is what their seal looks like. Look at which direction the key is facing. Just a moment. Let me see if we can get that to pop up on the screen.
So it's definitely going to the left, not to the right.
It's going to the left. In all of their symbols and things, even the eagle will be looking to the left. Here's another one right here. That's clearer so you can see it. They always put everything going backwards. That's how you know it's acting and actors and script. It's going backwards.
Islam,
Empress.
And interestingly, left in Latin is sinister.
Yeah, that's so good. That's so good. And remember, the Christians used to have this saying, and they've done movies about it, about being left behind.
Yes, the Left Behind series. There was the books, and
once the rapture comes and the Lord returns and everyone is going to be in heaven with the Lord, don't be left behind. That's a hint. It's a hint.
Yes.
It's little wonder then that all of we've just been expressing in terms of language, Latin.
Yeah.
Okay, we were speaking Latin culturally for a long time.
Yes.
We have forgotten that, most of us, and have not learned that old ancient language.
Yes.
Look at how much we have been missing out on. That's been right in front of us the whole time.
Yes, indeed.
You know, even that simple thing that it meant something sinister. I mean, wow.
Who would have thought that? Who would have thought? Yes.
Left meant sinister. Wow.
And the root word of sinister is sin.
Yes.
Islam, and that's why, again, right means land.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
And if you look at, you see, I had to do Latin at school. They called it a dead language.
Until the living speak it.
Right. And that was it. But as we're stating now, I'm looking at Latin backwards is actually natal, and as we know that vowels are transitory, Latin is natal.
Natal, yes.
It's so right in your face.
Right. Yes, it is, and it's all in the words. The words are God.
That's it.
The word is God.
I used that with a woman. She's a more sleeping. Actually, a uniform. Can you imagine in this day and age, nanny for some?
Yes. Oh, my word.
And we were her child. They were on the beach, and the little girl the nanny was picking flowers for under the little girl's command. But anyway, she said, I was saying some things, making some statements to both of them, actually. And I said something to the woman, the sleeping Moor, and she stepped back. It was Saturday. She said morning, and I said, I don't do morning. We're not in morning. Nobody's dead. It's Saturday, and I was explaining how the days are named for the planets. And I said to her, okay, Saturday, it's Saturn. And she repeated it. And then I said to her, now remember, in the beginning was the Word. And she immediately jumped in and stated it along with me.
Yes.
And it was just, you could see the light come upon her.
Yes.
Even in her sleep, with that statement, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word is God. And then I completed by saying, and you are God. I am God.
Ooh. Those kind of connections when we go out in public, Empress, are so powerful.
That it's true. I felt it, and I saw it, her light.
Yes.
Spark.
The divinity in you recognized the divinity in her, and vice versa.
There's I think the languages, Xhosa, South African, Sawubona. It's a greeting. And that means
something good.
Divinity in me sees the divinity in you. And I don't actually exist until our divinities see each other.
You know how true that is? See, oh my word, that is just so powerful. My word, that is so powerful.
Islam, Empress Sasha, can you say that word again?
Sawubona. Sawubona.
Sawubona?
Sau. S-A-W, Sau.
Sao.
Sau.
I'll put it on the screen. Here, let's, I don't want to, Sau.
B-O-N-A. B-O-N-A. And I do believe it's one, they're all put together, but that's the two syllables, yes. Sau Bonna. And in fact, look at that. Saw you, Bonna is beautiful.
Or Bona or is real.
Or
like
real.
Bona fide.
Yes. So
well,
the English coming from the indigenous, right there before our very eyes, without even say you don't overstand or understand another language. It's right before you.
Yes.
Because, if I may, when you said that, Empress Sasha, because we know how the dead couldn't pronounce the living word, so they would misspeak it, right?
Yes.
So when you said that, I heard cowabunga, because that's what they would say in Khalifa territory on surfing. Cowabunga, dude. Yeah. And that whole thing, that's what, so I'm like, wait a minute, what did she just say?
Let me say this too. Even as we are speaking, and this is why our voices and putting everything that we could possibly put on the public record regarding who we are and what we're doing is so important, is that as we state the things we're stating, the system is starting to recognize and state those things back. And at first, the system is not as correct as it could be, but then after a while, the system starts to get it. Because it's our system. Let me prove that. Let me prove that really quickly.
The system is recognizing
again,
the mother's voice or the mother's sound.
Yes. I'll just use my this channel as an example. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is okay. Let me see if they have it up. They may not have it up yet. Well, it's AI, so it should be up. Down here it says show transcript. That's a system. It's an algorithm, right? Yes. The more we put into the YouTube algorithm, the more it will become familiar with what we're doing, and then it will start to make suggestions to others about what we're doing. Look over here on the right. You see this transcript?
Yes.
Now, the transcript, the system is not as accurate as we are. However, it's getting accustomed to what we're stating about our sovereignty, original, indigenous, natural, divine, so on and so forth. Let's pull it down and pull it. It's starting to say things about our court, Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, and it always misspells Moorish. Well, not always. It's going to start spelling it correctly because we're going to keep. If I have to spell it out, I'll spell it out. Because when we spell things out, it puts the letters there. The more it becomes familiar with what we're stating, the more we're programming, because we're literally programming the algorithm. We're programming it as we speak.
Islam, you're teaching the AI.
Yes. We're just teaching it. And that's why we were stating before, as many, because see, there was a long time. This transcript piece just happened for us recently because there was a long time that the system didn't say it wouldn't transcribe any of the things we said. It wouldn't transcribe any of it. There were no transcripts available. But because we continue to speak to the system properly, what happens next then, this is what's going to happen next. I'm telling you because we know. Now that the system is starting to recognize our speech, it's then going to say, okay, we recognize the speech. We see that people are listening to what's being stated. They keep speaking, and while others are emptying out. And check this out, Morris. The system, when in the Lord's Prayer, let me make this clear. In the Lord's Prayer, there's a statement in there that says, "Hallowed be thy name." To hollow out something, hollow out the name, means to take whatever was in it out. It's hollow, and then you put in it what should be there. Or you get rid of that one and restate it the same way. So YouTube is hollowing out from the dead. A lot of them have gone over to, enacted going over to Rumble and all of these others and creating their own supposed platforms and running away and all of that. Well, the system is now recognizing, okay, well, the Moors are still here. We're still here, and we're doing what we do. The system is recognizing that we're here.
Islam.
So
it's also making it holy at this point, correcting it and making it holy.
Oh yes, absolutely, absolutely. After a while, it's going to say, let's see if we can. The system is going to say, let's see if we can get them to monetize their thing. Well, we only use gold, silver, and more sovereign dollarium. So the system is going. Just a moment. So the system is going to reflect gold, silver, and more sovereign dollarium, because we keep talking about it, and the algorithm keeps saying it. The algorithm is saying more sovereign dollarium. So it's going to recognize what we're stating. Islam.
Yes, because a transcript is a court way of keeping record.
Yes. Yes.
Because when we went to the NACMA in the venue, there was a court reporter, stenographer, which was an acting clerk, and they would keep the minutes, the records, and such. And so now that we have the transcript, that's, we are the court. Islam.
And it timestamps the words, Islam, indeed, it timestamps the words, but look what we're saying on the record now, because it's on the record. We do hereby possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nations, are not at war, and we hereby exercise and demonstrate all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time. And then it always messes up the Latin. But nonetheless, what we are stating is on the record, time-stamped, about our bloodline and our birthright. And it's going to get more accurate over time. It's going to get more accurate over time. I willed to have it recognize I willed to see the word dollarium in there, but I won't take the time to look at it because your time is valuable. So with all of that being stated, yes, they're having the transcripts, the court records attached, because it's a court. We're doing court actions. We're stating that it's a court on the public record. And that's another reason why we encourage each and every one of you to at least make your voice heard, even if you just state your, Empress Light Tajiri Bay, present and counted for. Or present, I'm present at court today. I'm present at Congress today. Because see, if you're present at this court, that means you don't have a reason to be at any other court that's not like this court. Right? When you attend here, it shows your allegiance to the right court, which is you. The right Congress, which is us.
Islam,
Empress.
Empress Aisha Elbay/Taylor L. I am present at the meeting tonight.
Islam. Indeed.
Islam.
Your allegiance is affirmed by this Congress.
Thank you.
Islam.
Islam.
So, I believe I had several other statements and things that we were going to bring forth. Oh my goodness, let me just say that one. I won't put that on the screen, but I'll say it. When it comes to this estate more, and you have people saying, oh, we have a claim to the land through Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and, all of that madness. And I'm not discounting it. What I am stating is that before Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, we are. The land actually was already tributed at Noah. But see, the other side of the story that is not told about Noah and his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, is that the land was tributed according to who their wives, not their wives, who their consorts were. Because, there was no marriage back then. It was consorts. And you didn't hear of marriage ceremonies between Shem, Ham, and Japheth and Noah and their consorts. The land was tributed according to the identity and the order of birth of their consorts. That's the part of the story that no one could tell until the empresses and the matriarchs wake up and speak. It's all based on the mother. Who's the mother? Before any other, we are. And so when they talk about Cain and Abel and how Cain supposedly, allegedly killed Abel, that still left Cain as an inheritor. So when you talk about Canaanites and Moabites and all of that, allegiance, even when you talk about allegiance, which is what we just talked about, allegiance, the root word is leg. Leg. And when you use your legs to come to Congress, you're wherever you go, that's where your allegiance is. Islam Empress Shasha.
Empress Shasha.
Empress Shasha.
Present.
Islam.
So as you state about the mother. So in the funny mirror with the John 8:44, in order for the children to be considered Jewish, and I'm putting that in inverted commas.
For them to be what, Empress?
Jewish. To be
Jewish. Oh.
Jewish.
Yes.
Yeah, in inverted commas, let me make sure.
Yes. Yes.
The mother determined.
Okay.
That was always. And because, well, we knew, the mother is the one whom, you always know the mother. You can say daddy to anybody, but that's what it goes back to, the Moors, of course. Yeah.
Islam, indeed, that is true. And here's the thing. Even in the indigenous people, it's the mother.
Well, that's it, and that's why I'm saying the John 8:44s were mimicking again, enacting, imposturing. So yes,
indeed. Justice Kyle, we were trying not to put that out there. What he put in the chat. We're not going to say it on the record, but because we know a transcript is being made of this record of this court.
I realized when you covered your ears, I realized.
Only because now listen, we hear truth. Truth is truth. There's a way to say it.
Yeah.
And so because we know that the transcripts are doing what transcripts do and what transcribers do, we're going to choose our vocabulary items carefully.
Very carefully. But I do know I didn't.
Well, if you put it, we know, Empress, you don't have to apologize for the truth. And then what's in the chat, you don't have to apologize for that either because you put it in the chat. You're transcribing in the chat, so the transcription won't show that on YouTube or wherever else.
Yeah. Islam,
Empress.
So
the first time that I was going to travel, I needed help from my mother, and what she gave me was an affidavit saying when and where I was born. And then later on, when I ran into trouble, I remember pulling out my affidavit and saying, here's someone who knows who I am. So when I could not get a live birth certificate, I decided that I did not need it because my mother had already authenticated my live birth. I just wanted to add that. Thank you for hearing me.
Empress, the light in you. When we recognize each other, it's over for anybody trying to claim we're this, that, or the third.
Yes.
You have a witness to who you are.
Yes. Yes. And recently one of my daughters said to me, because she was looking at this affidavit, because it's an old paper. I've had it for a long time. And she was looking at it and she said, that is such a good idea. You should do one for each of us.
Now, that's a great idea. Thank you for saying that, Empress, because that's proof that we should be presenting our own identities and our own selves.
Islam, Empress, if I may add, I have been creating affidavits of identification for young heirs in this territory and assisting with no picture valid identification for school or academies. So I was going to hold it to next Congress, but because everything is still coming up, sharing.
Don't hold it, Empress. Let us know so we can affirm. We affirm every document that you place on the record. This Congress affirms. Indeed.
Islam and Jalfi Vetab, State New York Territory, I affirm.
Islam, indeed.
And Islam, if I may just add, I got goosebumps from the Empress who stated about the affidavit, and yes. So I affirm everyone.
We should have known that we must be creating our own documents, and it's real. We must know that.
Yeah.
Because our ancestors meant for us to do what we're doing. With that being said, I believe that's all I had for this Congress. And we were going. Let me tell you what the ancestors told us also really quickly about some of the things. Well, we'll talk about it next time. We'll talk about Michelle Obama and Charles Payne and what the ancestors have illuminated us with regarding that. It's what we've been saying all the time. We're all the presidents and things of that nature. So with that being stated, is there anything further from this amazing Congress? Anything further from any wisdom, Islam? And again, for those who... Go ahead, Nobility.
I sent the email to like the nation1@gmail.com if you want to put that in the chat.
Okay. Let's see. If you can put it in the chat, that would be great.
I don't know how to put it in the chat.
Oh, you don't know how to? Okay. Just one moment. Let me go get it. You said Light Bay Morris Nation 1?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the name would come under Stephen Phillip.
Okay.
Islam Morris. This is Sharif Bey. Could I get a copy of the Quash document or a link to it when you get a chance?
It's going to be under this video on YouTube. Do you have access to the videos on YouTube?
Yes, Empress.
It'll be under
around. I've been moving around. That's why I got off track a little bit. Thank you.
Okay. Islam Nobility. We're glad to hear your voice. All right. Let's see here. Just one moment. Let's see if we can get the document pulled up. Justice Kansu, that email that you sent
should be under the names Stephen Fair, if not Constable.
I have the email open. I think we got two of the same links because I don't think either one of these is a book. It's supposed to be a book, right?
It's a book, but it's a video that we did with Jeremiah. But in the video, there's two what we've done, and under the if you scroll up, you see the PDF at the bottom.
I don't see a link to the book. Is the link under the video?
Well, I sent it to Jerry.
I have the email. I'm looking for the book. You said it was a book.
The book is a PDF. When you open it, you'll see the book.
I don't see. It came up as a video on free conference call instead of a book. So the link to the book is not there.
But what I can do is put my email in the chat, and whoever wants send it. I'll send it to whoever who requested.
Okay. It came up as two videos. One was a seer, and the other was a video called "Are You Ready for Real Divinity?" So the book link wasn't there, and that's what we were looking for, is the link to the book that you stated, the Moorish Science Handbook.
Yeah, but what I put in the chat, and they could email me, and I'll send it to them.
Okay. If you have a link to the book, I would love to if you could email the link to the book, because I see the videos, but it was a book, the Moorish Science Handbook.
Yeah, I think what I will do is put the email on I'll send it.
Okay. Knowing Jeremiah, it's online somewhere. Let me just see if I can find it. A PDF is what I'm looking for. Yeah, there's a PDF on Scribe or whatever. There's a Moorish Science Temple of America in handbook form. Let me see if this is the book. Nope, that's not it. What I do love is that Moorish Science Temple of America at the New York Archives. Ooh, wow. You know what I love? I love that there's so much about us out here on the public record, but we had to write it. Let me just see if this is it.
My email is in the chat. Who wants the book?
The link to the chat is in the book.
I'll put my email address on the in the chat. You could take my email address. I will send it to whoever sent to me.
I have a question for you. Where did that go that fast? It was just on the screen. Let me see. There it is. Okay. Is this the book? Probably not. Maybe.
No, it's not. It's not that one.
Okay.
Because what he does, he just send the introduction and the rest of the title or the book. And then they send the book.
Okay. All right. Well, we are looking forward to seeing that book. Who wrote the book, Nobility?
That's what I'm saying. It hasn't got the name. Just got Morris Science Handbook.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So here's let's see. Okay. More Science Handbook.
Mm-hmm. He's had this book for so many years right now.
The Handbook of Moorish Degrees and Mysteries. Full text of the Holy Book, the Moorish Science derives its power and authority from. So I will say this, and I'll just do some more research on my own time, and then when we come up with a document, we'll or a handbook, we'll present it. And then Justice Consul, anybody, do you all have Justice Consul's email so he can email that to you? Justice Consul, did you put your email in the chat? Oh, yeah, it's in the chat. So that you can get it to them, please. And if you could, if you give a link to the books, please send it to me. I have the link to these 2 videos.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I just didn't have the link to the. Okay. With that being stated, Justice Consul, Moors are putting their email address in the chat to get copies of the book. It would probably be best if you all email him, right, Justice Consul?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you all would just email him directly, and his email is right there in the chat. So, with that being stated, Moors, listen, there is no government but us, and everything is clearing, and the smoke is clearing, and everything is coming to full fruition and manifestation about what we're doing. The Quash document will be under the video at Light Tajiri Bay on YouTube. Okay? And we showed you where that's going to be. There was another document that we were going to put under there, the Quash document and
Islam, the banking affidavit for the opening of the accounts.
Yes. Okay. There's a link to a Moorish Science Temple booklet in the chat.
Islam and
Islam Nobility. Islam Nobility.
Islam. I wanted to thank you again for the inspiration and the determination and dedication. I also want to say that a while back I took on the responsibility because you said you're the government, and then at some point, especially after going down the city hall and seeing how many empty offices there are there, I was like, okay, I guess. And then it started to dawn on me. Okay, so as soon as I accepted that, a whole bunch of things that I have no idea of how to do slammed me. But what has happened is people who can do it, whatever, Creator's not giving me more than I can handle, no matter what I think. So some things are coming up that I set up, put it through, and now what's happening is a bunch of things are coming, like you said, into fruition. So keep this in mind, things that are coming up, and I'm going to video them. Property requisition of a bank. There's 2 or 3 other things besides that, but be prepared. When I demonstrate, it's going to be complete, and I'm going to post it everywhere. Okay, and it looks like this is going to be happening very soon. To all you Moors out there, like, it always gets darkest before it's dawn. Remember, like, if nothing's wrong, you ain't going to do shit. You really got to see how bad it is before you get activated. And keep in mind, this is a divine and national program. So it looks to me like God is a woman, she's divine, and she picked me to do this, regardless of what I say or don't. And so are you. You wouldn't be on this call unless you were meant to be. My name is Tonus. I'm real, and you are too. So you're the government. Wake up and welcome to reality. Islam, nobles.
Islam, gratitude.
Islam, gratitude. Chief Justice Karima Bay of Virginia Republic.
Islam.
Yes, Islam, Angelica Vettas Bay, and New York Territory. Justice Chief, I affirm.
Indeed.
Joshua Ann Bay, Chief Justice. As you state that, you just bring back to mind the whole time Empress was stating about the banking application. I'm looking at closed banking buildings in the capital right here, and I was literally, my mind was just taking it over.
Yeah.
And doing what we're doing. I mean, so Noble Tonus, thank you for stating that, because you just banged what was ringing in my own head that I did not speak out, but you reminded me. So I give thanks.
Justice Tonus, and just so that you're aware, I was feeling the same way earlier when I realized what was really happening. The prior actors and everything that came with them is hollowing out. But there's an order to the taking. It's a peaceful taking. There's an order to it, though. And we have that order. We have it. We know it already. It's restate everything. All the processes that you see, restate them. Just pick one and restate it. And then notify. And when you notify, you wait a little while longer and see what the ancestors show you about that further. Because now is the time. Everything is activated right now. Anything that we thought about previously and we were like, when is this going to happen? When is that? It's all happening right now. Right now. All of it. I'll tell you more about that I've experienced recently in a few weeks. I'll tell you in a few weeks. After I continue the demonstration, because I'm demonstrating. I have to demonstrate. Don't have a choice. Got to. Islam. And I know you all are too. With that being stated, I have nothing further for this amazing Congress. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs, and we'll see you on Thursday at 7 p.m.
Peace and grand rising.
Islam, wealthy rising. Islam, peace and grand rising.
Grand rising. Love is in the law of faith. At New York territory. Love all Moors. Confirm.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Grand rising, Lord.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Empress.
Remember that as it is in the heavens, will be done on earth.
Omnipotent.
Yes. Omnipotent. Yes, indeed, Empress. One moment.
All right, sister, I do your countdown.
I am. Justice Dawood, is that you?
Yes.
It's we will adjourn and reconvene on Thursday in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Have a grand evening.
Indeed, Islam.